and seated, welcome. We're going to start with our karakia this morning, if you all want to stand. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki wato, tuia te haere tangata, ka runga te po, ka runga te ao, humi e, hui e, tai ki e. Morena, everyone, welcome, and I particularly want to welcome Sophie and Rosie this morning. Welcome to our Environment and Climate Committee meeting. I just want to go through our housekeeping, a reminder that our meeting is being live streamed on Council's YouTube channel. A reminder to everyone to turn your microphones on when you want to speak and off when you finish speaking. Our recommendations today will be displayed on both screens and amendments will be shown in red. And if you have any amendments today, I haven't had any emails indicating that there might be amendments, then please, if you could write them out. I have apologies today from councillors Edgar and Rainey. Do I have someone who'd like to move that we accept these apologies? Councillor Sanson, seconded by Glenys. All those in favour? Aye. Great. Confirmation of order of business. There's no change of our business today, so we're going to, I'm just going to touch on interests. I don't think there's any conflicts of interest in the agenda, but please make sure your interest register is updated and let us know if something comes up during the meeting. So I'm going to start off this morning. We have 3 public forum items, which is really exciting end for the year. And I would like to welcome Lindy Kelly and the Forest Committee. And with her, we have Harvey Ruru and Amy Shattuck. If you want to come up to the table up in front here, welcome Lindy, Amy and Harvey. Harvey, do you want to come and sit up as well? If we have everyone, all 3 people who are speaking.
Kia ora. Ko Amy Roha Hine Whakate Ea Kelly Takawingoa. Lindy and I, Harvey, and our friends and supporters are here today to talk to you about the Kelly Conservation Forest. So unless you've missed the country calendar, the Conservation Forest is a significant natural area treasured by the Nelson community. It is used for education, conservation, training and recreation. It's been a community project for the past 35 years and has over 100,000 volunteer hours going into it. It is highly valued by the community and recognised nationally for its work in conservation. I'd like to give you a bit of a brief overview about what this proposed neighbouring subdivision is asking. So we can come back to this. So it's asking to double the amount of housing that's currently permitted under its rural zoning. Now, what about the housing crisis, I hear you cry? Well, 180 metres from the proposed subdivision on the Bishopdale side is the Gibbons subdivision, which has capacity to have 160 sections in development over the next few years. In addition to these, there are already some available that have been available to be sold for over a year. So 60 of the proposed sections in the Bishopdale subdivision are cost-effective housing in a special housing area. So there is no need in this area for any additional lots, particularly ones in the over $500,000 price bracket. I want to briefly point to that the future development strategy, neither that nor the housing intensification action plan highlight this area for an area for development. The draft Nelson plan highlights this area to remain in the rural outlook and it offers no more intensification zoning than its current zoning. It also seeks to put additional overlays over the landscape in addition to the ones currently in place to ensure its protection. So while we talk about the applicant asking for 6 lots now, the future activity in a rural zoning would provide for 12 with secondary dwellings. So we're talking about 12 residents along the conservation area in a rural zoning. Of course, under a rural zoning, businesses are also permitted to act from any of these premises. So when we look at the future activity of this area, it is significantly deviating from not only the strategies and plans, but also what is the norm for the area. I want to read out to you the strategies and plans because alongside community consultation, this council has clearly set the direction for staff through these plans and strategies. In the long-term plan, the environmental is a key focus area. To quote, council recognises that investing in the environment is essential for our future. A healthy environment underpins the health of our community, and the way that people enjoy Nelson supports the economy and means we have a functioning ecosystem to support our treasured species. The annual plan specifically states good leadership, a whole of community response. Council is committed to walking the talk, advocating for climate issues and showing good leadership. The Nelson is a signatory in the Kotahitanga Alliance strategy, which includes the Top of the South, the iwi and DOC. This strategy, quote, plans to collectively to restore natural landscapes across the region from west to east, from the mountains to the sea. DOC has raised concerns about this development. In the intergenerational strategy, the vision for the strategy is to be good ancestors with a particular focus on the responsibility we have as our current generation to pass on the taonga in a better state than when the taonga was placed in our care. It aligns with the council vision. Nelson is a smart little city, a vibrant place where we are deeply connected with and committed to our natural, social and cultural environment. It links to the Nelson City Council's community outcomes, where our unique natural environment is healthy and protected. It is aligned with Nelson 2060, Goal 3, our natural environment, air, land, rivers and sea is protected and healthy. And the Nelson Biodiversity Strategy, Nelson Nature to improve biodiversity and improve water quality. This project sits at the absolute heart of what the Nelson community wants and what our elected representatives have committed to in our strategies and plans. Now, before I pass on to Lindy to raise some of the issues, certainly not all of them, that this subdivision arises for us, I want to play a little game, and it's called Guess the Reverse Sensitivities. And I've brought you a block of chocolate, a special edition, no less. Now, reverse sensitivities, as I'm sure you're aware, is basically all of the issues that might arise from putting such an intensification of essentially residential sections, residential development in a rural zoning, bordering a conservation area and a farm. Now, I would like you just to jot down on a bit of paper in front of you a possible number of issues that have been raised in reverse sensitivities. Now, when we get to the end of this, I've got a number in mind that I know is on some official paperwork, and I'm going to give the block of chocolate to the person that gets the closest. Pass you over to Mum.
Yes, kia ora. So I'm Amy's mum, and thank you, Amy. You did a much better job than I could do. I'm going to talk to you about the practicalities of this. If you've watched Country Calendar, you'll be aware that my priorities in life are people, animals and the environment, but especially people. In fact, when my husband Joe, whenever a crisis of morality came up, he would always say, e tangata, e tangata, e tangata. It is people, it is people, it is people. Nothing matters more than that. And I can tell you, and please forgive me if I do drop the odd swearing because I am a silly old farmer after all, that I feel really passionate about this. Our family have put our heart and soul into this area for the whole time that we've lived there, right from the start when we saw that Burrows had the foresight to save that little area of old pre-European bush. We have put so much of our time and effort, more than we could afford, of both money and time into not only preserving that, but expanding it and making it into a community project, welcoming and encouraging groups, community groups and people in the community to be a part of it and have a stake in it. So it's really important to us, and I feel very passionate about it. So I know that, but I'm not such a silly old chook that I don't realise that out in the community there, not everyone has those same values as me. There are people there that worship money and put that above everything else. But what I'm hoping from today is that there are enough people in this room that share my values to make sure this taonga is not destroyed, because it will be if the subdivision goes ahead in its present form. So Amy's touched on reverse sensibilities, and I'm not sure that I should now go into those. I might spoil her little game, but there are certainly lots where a farm is already established and and people come in and from the outside, from urban places, there's often a clash of values and understandings. And basically, reverse sensitivities, as I understand it, is where townies buy a plot next to a working farm and then start moaning about the noise, the sights and the smell, usually from the animals. But pressure comes on both parties. So nuisance from my farm to the new neighbours could include loud noise such as working dogs barking, chainsaws, brush cuttings, cattle bellowing, tractor noises, sound of gunshots as we carry out vermin control. I start at 5 and usually finish about 9, which may be a nuisance to some neighbours. Other things might be smoke, fertiliser application, spraying, planting trees in areas next to the boundaries, therefore cutting out their sun and views. The close proximity of many volunteers to the conservation area and farm workers on the rest of the farm, perhaps even the lack of privacy caused by the 1,700 plus visitors we have here every year. So most days we've got people either working in the conservation area or visiting it. As well, the electric fences might be a problem. But I guess the big elephant in the room for me is the wastewater and stormwater. Now, we have that.
Lindy, just sorry to interrupt you. We only have 10 minutes set aside to hear from you, and that 10 minutes is up. So I'm going to ask you to just finish off only 8 minutes. We only have 2 minutes left. So if you could just sum up, and I know that there's a couple of questions to allow questions as well. So if you just want to finish off, please.
Yep, that went up. Well, that's a piece of erosion on my farm. It is very erosion-prone country, and any water getting into it from the soaks, which are underground water coming up to the top, can cause this. But the proposed subdivision is right on the boundary with the conservation area, which is all under covenant and all protected by DOC, and I'm legally bound to protect it as well under that thing. DOC, of course, will be supporting me. But what they're proposing is to empty all this stormwater, like the cut-off drains are only metres from my boundary. And what I've found all year when I've been protesting about this is they're saying, no, there won't be any effects, there won't be any effects. And then I realised that in actual fact, they haven't been asked to assess any of the effects on my side of the boundary. I went back to the staff, and we've now got Tonkin and Taylor, who do the peer reviewing of this, saying exactly that. No, we haven't been asked to do the effects on my side of the boundary. The effects will be that that whole conservation area will slip. 18 months ago, the neighbour cleared out a culvert that had been blocked for a few years, quite a few years. He had every right to do that, so I didn't kick up a fuss at all. When the boundary fence disappeared, there's a massive slip, took out 200 trees, 2 walking trails, the fence down the bottom, and then emptied into the stream. All that silt. So that's what happens when you clear out one very small culvert. They're proposing to put 3 big culverts along that area. Imagine the destruction there to that conservation area. And it'll empty then into the area of special significance after washing out my tractor trail, the picnic area, and the lookout with the seats in it that we put in there, and several trails. So that's what's over the other side of the fence.
So I'll do the last paragraph, if you'll allow me to complete that. So in Tonkin and Taylor's report, it says that because of the typography of the subdivision, there are multiple existing points where stormwater discharge will cross the boundary into the neighbouring properties. It will change the runoff at the site of the hole. And while there is a deliberate effort to reduce the flows, this means that, of course, it will increase in the other gullies, particularly 1 and 3. If you're proposing to move the culverts, as you have, then the stormwater analysis should consider each of the subcatchments individually. It acknowledges that we note that there are always uncertainties about the effects of erosion and stability, and that they have not been charged to investigate it on neighbouring properties. They say that it should be only done in agreement with the neighbour, and they acknowledge that there are potential effects, including the redirection and increasing flows into gullies on our land. Now, I want to formally present to you the petition. We have over 2,500 people who've signed this petition, and it still remains live today, asking to be considered to be affected parties. And one quote that I think is quite poignant in this says, "I'm signing this because Nelsonians deserve to have their voices heard and respected. We need our precious native flora and fauna, what's left of it, protected. As the petition states, this is not about anti-development, it is about permitted development that isn't at the expense of our rare conservation area and rural farms. The council should not be considering giving consent to the increased proposal of development in this case, and the people of Nelson need to have faith that those voted in will look after our interests, our wildlife, our environment, and that they can be trusted to do so. Now, this taonga, this conservation area that is so precious and rare, this is how the tangata whenua would have experienced this area before the hand of Europeans was felt so heavily on the land. So for 200 years, this small but important place has existed as close to what was originally here. And for the past 100 years, it's been actively protected between the previous farm owners, our family, and the wider Nelson community. And in 2020, I challenge our council, when our community and the council have such a clear focus on the need to protect our environment, will the Nelson City Council choose to be the hand that strikes it down? The first governing body that consciously chooses to develop that area knowing it will destroy an area that we can never replace. Now, the Nelson community and the neighbours are affected parties and they must be treated as such. As my final part, what numbers did we get around the room for all the possible identified reduced sensitivity? 7? Rachel. Okay, well, I'll just put it out there. Yeah. So the applicant identified zero issues of reverse sensitivity. And I put that out there that this is an indication of their commitment to truly acknowledging and mitigating the serious issues that this raises.
Thank you so much, Amy. I have a couple of questions, but Harvey would like to take 1 minute to say something briefly. I just want to remind all the councillors that the consent process sits within the Resource Management Act and it's a regulatory process, and we need to keep that process very separate to our role as governors on council. So it's really great to have heard from you, Amy and Lindy, today, but please understand that that is a separate consenting process which is being worked through separately to this meeting today. Harvey?
Te mihi kia koutou, te tepu e te mana, te kainihera. In the 1300s, my people settled on Matangi Awhio, Auckland Point School. This forest, this land, the why that's there, cannot speak for itself. That's why it has a Department of Conservation covenant over it. My people have not been consulted. That covenant allows us the right for tangata whenua, mana whenua, to be consulted. Nō reira, with absolute courtesy to you all, e te mihi kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Okay, I have time for 2 questions. I'm going to hear from Councillor Laurie and Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Murray.
Hello, Nick.
Morning, Murray. Good, thanks. So actually, Murray, I was going to ask a question about Murray being here, but my first question, I've got 2 very quick ones. The first is, can you tell us anything about the relevance or the importance of the conservation area in terms of it creating a conservation corridor for birds coming out of the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary?
Yep, so obviously in something that should be addressed in the reverse sensitivities is the effects of cats along the bird line as well. But so it sits in a prominent location located between the Grampians, Marsden Valley and the Brook, and is an important biodiversity corridor for all of those. So what we start seeing is if we start picking off these small areas in between, there is no biodiversity transfer across the region.
Thank you. And my next question through the chair is actually for you, Murray. Murray, how come you're here?
Councillor Laurie, Murray hasn't requested to speak today. I had 3 speakers. I had Amy, Lindy,
Okay,
and
I'll change my
Murray,
question.
could you please go and sit back in the gallery?
I'd like to have just a minute of your time. I think with
No, I'm sorry,
77 years of the Burrows family preserving this area and 38 years of the Kelly family preserving this area, 10 minutes in a public forum for those of us that consider ourselves to be affected parties is simply not enough.
Sorry, Murray, did you request to speak this morning?
Didn't know that I had to, and I was asked to come along and in support by the Kelly family. And I'd just like to take a minute of the committee's time to give you our perspective on this area.
Well, I'm okay with that.
I'm just going to adjourn for 1 second.
It's at the discretion of the chair.
Us, Mitre 10 and the building industry within the district know more than most how important structured development is and coherent development is. And we understand that there's a housing crisis. None of the sections that are going to be established or hoping to be established in this development will be within the purview of first home buyers. It's just none of these will be in the 500 to 550,000 range. Given subdivision next door allows enough development that won't ruin the rural amenity of this area. And this pre-European native bush, Burrows family, 77 years, the Kelly family, 38 years, 115 years of protection of what is an amazing and very, very valuable resource, not just for the community, but for all of the schools that use this as an outdoor education area. It is 300-year-old trees. There are giant snails, giant earthworms. We established an area for the endangered Pereira duck. Now we're going to have increased sedimentation, erosion, effluent leaching from septic tanks. We'll have an increased predator load. Have you seen what a cat can do to a nest full of ducklings and how quickly it can do it? We spent a lot of money and a lot of time up there with the community putting in a forestry pond liner, giving these ducks an area where they can breed so that we protect the biodiversity of the region. And this is going to be the council whose hand is going to strike down the protection of that area. And I think it's incumbent upon you to make it clear to the Commissioner that it simply isn't supported by the community. And the Kellys and those of us in the community who care about the environment really do believe we are affected parties and we need to be heard.
Thank you, Murray. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. And I'm going to move on to the next public forum where we have Nayland College. We have Gerd and some students from Nayland College if you want to come down. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm Marina, good and welcome everyone. It's nice to see you. I have Bob, Jacina, Maggie and Zoe. Is that correct? Yeah, welcome. And you're all, can you remind me, you're year 9? Year 9 students. Okay, thank you so much for coming today. I think you have a PowerPoint presentation you want to share with us on climate change.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. So my name is Gerd Bunker and I'm the lucky teacher of this wonderful bunch. We're just here to give you a little bit of an introduction to some work that these people have been doing this year around climate change with a focus on Nelson. It's been a challenging year, but yeah, they're here to just tell you about how they've been learning just a bit of an eye-opener about what goes on in the local schools. So I'm going to hand over to Yusina, who will just give you a quick little introduction. We'll go through a few slides. So yeah, we won't take more than 10 minutes, we promise.
Great, thank you.
So
If you just want to lean in a little bit
Oh,
closer to
okay.
the microphone or pull the microphone towards you, and then everyone can hear you clearly.
Okay, so we have been focusing on the climate change for start around quarantine, and it's still coming up in our topics now. And during term 3, we made a presentation on our work, and there were lots of activities that we got to choose from between all of the climate change, like research bases, and also things that we can handle and focus on. And this is our slide, and we're just going to show a few of the topics that we've been doing.
We were also focusing on climate change in Nelson, and we were actually in contact with a couple of people who focus on climate change in Nelson, and they were supposed to come to our school to talk, but due to COVID, that couldn't happen.
Basically, on this slide, it just shows how climate change is affecting our native animals and our native bushes and things that we need in our ecosystem.
We did a big study on learning about ocean acidification, and we did many experiments to see how it impacted Nelson.
So we did the carbon cycle, and we focused on this because if we wanted to really understand climate change, we had to kind of know the background of the carbon cycle. So we did lots of little activities trying to figure out how the carbon cycle works and learning about how the carbon cycle has an effect on our climate.
As one of our activities, we chose Minecraft to help show in a real picture how climate change works. In front of these, we did the water cycle, where we built some little models in Minecraft on how water travels through different cycles and evaporation and things. We also did an activity on albedo effect. We learned that light reflects and absorbs off different surfaces, and we learned what that does to affect our climate.
So our weather and climate was another one of our tasks. So we had to see the difference between our weather and climate. So we were learning off what the difference is between weather and the climate, and weather is a short period of time and climate is a long period of time. And we also had to figure out what are the similarities between them, so we could figure out the effect on climate.
So you notice we skipped a slide or two there. So there were groups that were focusing just on Nelson and the impact of climate change on Nelson, and also, talking to the council. The way this project ran was that the students had lots of different activities, so they could inquire into whatever their interests were. So as a teacher, at no point was I up the front teaching the same stuff. I was more a facilitator of learning. So they had about 30 different activities that they could do with different success criteria, depending on how far they wanted to take their learning. So lots of different activities going on. It started off with a collaboration with what we call the Danish delegates. They came out late last year. There's a high school in Denmark where the overarching focus is climate change. It's incorporated into every subject at their school. Being Danish myself, it was an obvious link. So I've been in collaboration with a Danish school, which is in a region where they're building a climatorium as well. Now, the Climatorium has been delayed. It's opening tomorrow. Their online opening is tomorrow. They're having a public open day early next year. And this presentation, a slightly amended form, will be part of that opening. And some of the posters that the students did will also be part of that opening. It's been a challenging year, but we are hoping that we will be able to collaborate with the Danish schools purely for the focus that this is a worldwide issue, and it's really important for our young people to feel the solidarity with other parts of the world and feeling we're all fighting the same for the same good outcomes. So we're hoping that there'll be more of that sort of collaboration in the future. Questions?
Good. And all your wonderful students, thank you so much for coming in today and sharing what you've learned this year. I'm just going to share a little story. My daughter Phoebe went to Nayland in year 12 and 13, and she had Gert as her science teacher. And in year 13, she came home from school and she said, "God, I love my teachers." I think that's a massive compliment for teachers in science to have, and you're very lucky to have her as a teacher in year 9. My daughter Phoebe has gone on to study ecology at university and climate change. So I really hope that you pick up on the passion of your teacher and continue to enjoy science at school. I have a couple of questions. A question from Mayor Rachel, and then from Councillor Neil Stephen.
Thank you so much for coming in to present today and for all of the work and interest and enthusiasm you've had this year. Just wondering if the students had the opportunity to understand the Climatorium in Lindsay. What do you think? I was asking the students, what do you think about Nelson having a Climatorium? Would that be a good idea?
I think it would be a good idea to educate our public about climate change and how it affects Nelson.
Okay. And that's also that we can link back to another country, and then we can also show that our climatoriums have similar things, and we can also focus on our climate more in here. So yeah.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill Stephens.
Kia ora, thanks. I'm Rohan. Firstly, thanks for coming in. With all that you've learned, obviously a lot. How are you feeling? And what is there anything you want to see us do, and government do? You know, what kind of approach do you think we should be taking to this all?
I think it was really cool this year for our whole class to be able to learn about this, because it helped us really bond. And I think also just opening the eyes of the rest of the public, because not many people know that it's this big of an issue in the world. Yeah, I think as a government, it would be really cool to educate people about the issue, and then we can start to put steps in to start preventing it and make it better.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Do I have any other questions? No, we're right on 10 minutes, I think, so that was perfect timing. Thank you so much for coming in today, and I hope you have a great end of year. And it's been quite a challenging year this year, so well done for managing to complete tasks and learn lots despite COVID and having to be at home for quite a big chunk of your time. Yeah, lovely to meet you all. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, next I'd like to invite Lindsay to come up and present. And Lindsay today is going to be talking about the relationship between decarbonisation and growth. Welcome, Lindsay.
Kia ora, everybody. Councillor Kate, Mayor Rachel and all the other councillors, it's always a privilege to be able to talk with you. Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge the last two groups who spoke. I'm conscious of the synergy between what I'm going to talk about and them. In one sense, you've had two grassroots presentations, and I'm a little bit of a bookend at the other end, the sort of big picture thing. And I would also like to acknowledge that you've now called this the Environment and Climate Committee, which I think is a very apt adjustment for the time. You know what I'm going to talk about, so let's get into it. If I can get this to move forward. Have we got someone that can just guide me? Yeah, it's not moving. It's on, isn't it? Would you like me? Oh, there we go. So what do I need to do?
Just press
That one, okay, thank you. Right, here we go. So basically, based on the premise that you want to take climate declaration seriously and align your actions with the Zero Carbon Act, I'm premising my presentation on that basis. We have major obligations to decarbonise in New Zealand, and the basics is a very simple formula, but it presents a massive challenge to us. Many of you will know that in 2018, under the United Nations, the IPCC produced what they called their special report, and it projected many pathways for decarbonising, and in particular there's one based on a 1.5 degree maximum warming to the climate, and there are very strong reasons why that is a preferable option to the 2 degree alternative. Our zero carbon bill, or act as it now is, was premised on that model of a 1.5 degree limit to global warming. And if you put those two together, you wind up with a very simple result, and that is that even without any growth, we have to decarbonise our economy, our society, at the rate of 7.6% every year, year on year, between now and 2030, and then we have to keep going till 2050 on roughly the same sort of path. To give you an idea of what that is this year, in 2020, we should have had a COVID scale reduction. Well, we've had that through circumstances none of us like, but we have to achieve the same sort of decarbonisation next year and the following year and keep going till 2030, when we should have decarbonised by 50%, and then keep going to net zero in 2050. This is enshrined in our legislation. Please note the 21.1% in 2022. I just want to highlight some things on that. That is just 2 years away, the end of 2022. To achieve this trajectory of decarbonising, and this is what the Zero Carbon Act is about, we have to get 25% of our drivers out of their fossil-fueled vehicles. We have to, on average, build 21% smaller or find radically different ways of building them, such as making all the floors timber and none of them concrete. We also have to limit our tourists below 80%. Well, sadly, that's not a challenge right at the moment, but the reality is that compared to 2019, that's the trajectory we have to go on. But it doesn't actually end there, because that's if we have no growth. Growth makes that daunting task even more daunting. These are what are known as absolute emissions, which I can explain later if you wish, but not per capita ones. So if we look at the 7.6% annual reduction I've just talked about, we actually have to add growth to that. And the regional development strategy, the future development strategy, outlines a growth of, say, 1% for our region. I suspect the signs are it's going to try and be higher than that. So that means we actually have to decarbonise at 8.6% per year, year on year. So a difficult job just gets a whole lot harder because of the impacts of growth. I've already mentioned that bit to you there. So if we have a look at this chart here, the United Nations has produced this chart of a whole lot of developed countries. I think there are about 43 or 44 there. That circle at the top is New Zealand. The one in the middle is the average in the EU, and the one at the very bottom is Sweden. Now, the bad news is that if we look at the change in emissions, New Zealand is the second to worst. Only Turkey is above New Zealand. We have added 57% to our emissions overall as a country since 1990. At the bottom there is Sweden, who have decarbonised an astonishing 73%. So if we think we're doing well, it's time we thought again. And the EU, out of interest, average across all the EU is minus 27%. So there's no way we can kid ourselves we're on the right trajectory there. Let's also think a little bit about that. Dairying has got more efficient per litre of milk, about 1% year on year for many years. And yet the impact of dairy over that time has grown because it's been overwhelmed by growth. If we look at vehicle efficiency, the fuel efficiencies of vehicles have improved dramatically, but we still have an increase in emissions from vehicles. Why? Because of the growth. We have more vehicles, we have more people driving them, and we're driving further. Even building energy efficiencies, which are much improved, are still on the same trajectory where growth is counteracting the effect of the efficiencies that we're gaining in energy. So how else can we address that? Well, let's say we plant trees. We all know trees are one of our main tools for sequestering carbon, and we can do it. All we have to do is double the size of forest in the Nelson Lakes National Park, 62,500 hectares planted next year. By the time we get to 2050, we'll have absorbed about the carbon of the present population. So that's, if we take 50,000 people as Nelson's size over 30 years, there's not a bad match between that forest that I'm suggesting and the emissions we'd have. So we know that's not viable, but if we grow, then for that 1% per annum growth, we roughly have to plant another 20,000 hectares of forest just to keep up with the emissions from that growth. That's a massive, and let's not kid ourselves that trees can do it, but let's also think of the Kelly Conservation Forest discussion that we just had a short while ago about that very clash between possible urban growth and the effect on the wrong way on forests. And I think we have to ask ourselves, why do we pursue growth? In Nelson, with the sort of lifestyle and level of affluence we have, it basically means a lot of pain for minimal gain. Is this working yet? That graph, which you won't be able to read the detail, but that doesn't matter too much. It's from a book called Prosperity Without Growth by an economist known as Tim Jackson. Now, Tim Jackson is no lightweight. He was the lead economist for the British Sustainability Commission, and he's also got a professorship in economics. So he's sort of done the hard yards on that. Across the bottom is GDP, getting bigger to the right, and we've all heard the mantra that GDP growth has got to be good. Up the left is an index based on the happiness and satisfaction with life. Now, the thing I want you to look at is there's a big cluster on the left-hand side where they've got low GDP and rise very rapidly up. So with a small increase in GDP for poorer countries, they get a rapid gain. But when you get up to the top, and those two circles on the left are New Zealand and on the right are the United States, you will see if you track them across to the happiness scale on the left, there's virtually no difference. But if you see the difference in GDP, there's a huge difference. The US is getting on for double the GDP of New Zealand per capita. And so we have to question ourselves, what benefit is that extra GDP doing? Another measure of well-being can be on energy consumed per capita. This is quite a different study, and it's tracking energy on the bottom to the right, getting bigger, with the Human Development Index, another measure of well-being, on the left. And you can see a very similar graph there. Unfortunately, I can't give you the country names, but I don't think you need me to spell out the similarity between those. What's of interest is that both the authors noted there was a clear upper limit to where growth offered benefit, and that applied to GDP, it applied to the benefits of energy. And beyond that, there was really negligible benefit to the people, and we are in that zone. Thank you. So once basic needs are met, more income or production impacts little on quality of life, but very badly on climate and the environment. But reducing inequality makes far more sense, and I won't spend time talking on this. I just want to roll through the conclusion. But there's a well-known book called The Spirit Level, which we'll talk about, which explains how income inequality is actually much more important than the level of GDP. If we can reduce inequality, and if anybody's been following elections, that's been a mantra or a repeated discussion through elections. And without spending too much time, the red arrow is New Zealand on that, which shows that not only are we at the wrong end of the inequality scale, but we're also one of the ones that's the gap is increasing more quickly among the EU countries. I'll flick on from there. So I just want to give you some take-home messages. The top one's really important, and I really want to press this home. If we can't say how to decarbonise at 7.6 per annum, then we can't say that growth is climate safe. And I'm challenging you, and I've talked to councils around the country, and I don't think there's any council that's got its head in this space. But that's the trajectory we've got to be on. If we're advocating growth that's going to make our decarbonisation trajectory harder, then we don't have a foundation for doing that, especially in a city that's declared a climate emergency. And I'll skip down to the very bottom one. Can we ensure the dominance of public transport in every subdivision? Getting off fossil fuel vehicles is the main tool at our disposal, or no, not the main, but one of the main tools at our disposal. Public transport is a key thing with that. If we keep building low density subdivisions that can't be effectively serviced by public transport, we are committing ourselves to decades of high emissions and car-centric operation. Thank you.
Lindsay, that was perfect timing.
That's a first.
Yeah, and it was a very informative presentation. Thank you so much for updating us on some of those statistics, and you know, it was a very interesting presentation. Thank you. I have Councillor Courtney and then Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to Lindsay. Yes, I agree with the Chair. Very interesting, as always. Lindsay, I need to understand better the graph here. The growth stops New Zealand's reducing CO2, reducing relative emissions. That one there, I can't give you a table.
That's the one with the United. Shall I try and skip back to it?
New Zealand is plus 57% and second only to Turkey. What is the key? Can you tell me, what is the key? What are the learnings that we can take from this in respect of Sweden's minus 73%, and the UE's average of minus 27%? Is it what you've detailed on the right there, dairying efficiency and vehicle fuel efficiency and building energy efficiency? What is the key, do you think?
I'm just trying to find the graph there, Councillor Courtney. That one there.
Yes.
And I'll flick through to the explanations too.
Yeah.
So those are the bits there that you're asking about.
It was more on the right.
Yeah.
Dairy efficiency.
I think that I've now put them up there. I'm glad you asked that, because halfway through I said we were talking about absolute emissions, and I'd like to have explained it a bit more. And I think this is the opportunity to do that. What we're talking about by absolute emissions, we mean the total massive emissions. If we think of Nelson City as an entity, the total emissions that are coming out from Nelson City, and we can divide that by 50,000, if you like, and say those are the per capita emissions. Now, we have to be and they are often known as relative emissions. So what we have to be very careful about is that we have to reduce the absolute emissions per entity for the whole of the city. Now, if we make things more efficient, we think, yeah, that's right, we're on the right track. Our vehicles are now driving 3% more efficiently. But so that's a per unit drop. But if we actually then add a 5% growth on that, our vehicles might be 3% more efficient per vehicle, but the overall effect is roughly plus 2%. So the absolute emissions have gone up, even though the rate of emission per car has gone down. And that same logic applies to dairy, with milk getting more efficient per litre, but us having more dairy farms. That has flattened out in recent years. With vehicles getting more efficient, but us having more vehicles, and with buildings getting more energy efficient, but us having more buildings. And actually, I would say also living a more energy intensive lifestyle in those buildings. Does that answer your question, Councillor Courtney?
I think it does. Right at the end there, where you highlighted building efficiencies and vehicle efficiencies and those sort of things. That's the key, is it?
It is. It's the difference. Yeah.
Sweden is concerned, and the UE. That's.
It is. The key is we can make each unit more efficient, but if we have too many additional units, we cancel that out and overwhelm it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Councillor Laurie and then Councillor Sampson.
Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay. And, you know, I'm totally with you. The problem I have is I hear people like you coming and talking to us, and I agree entirely with what you're saying, and I want to support it every way I can. But then I read that the biggest selling vehicle in New Zealand in 2019 was the Ford Ranger, the double cab. it's a beast. And it's a big petrol guzzling, truck. And in fact, of the top 10 vehicles sold in New Zealand last year, 8 of them were SUVs or trucks, all burning petrol. There are EVs for sale, but that's what New Zealanders are buying. So we live in a city that has declared a climate emergency. We live in a country that apparently is about to declare a climate emergency, and yet people's behaviour does not reflect this. What do we do?
Good question, Councillor Laurie. 2 or 3 things. I think we know that the government last year had a go at tackling some element of this with their vehicle import distinctions and subsidies, and that didn't get off the ground very well. We also have a tax system which favours SUVs as a commercial or business vehicle when often they're used to pick up kids from the school. But I also think, and I'll put this at your feet as well, that we need governance that has the guts to take on the big players. So in those cases, the government has to have the resolve and guts to tackle the fuel industry and the automotive industry. In your situation, I think you have to have the guts to tackle the developers who've land banked around the city and who are hell-bent on repeating the status quo of 4-bedroom houses on big sections where we have to drive a car and we can't service it, we buy buses. So I would put, when you said what you have to do, I think somewhere in your belly you have to find the resolve to not only to change the way, but to carry the developers with them. They've often bought in good faith, but they still need to have a path forward. But that good faith is not enough to be trashing the climate as a result of it. And they've often bought those before we had the awareness we do now. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Lindsay. Thanks for that. Super interesting. Just in case anyone doesn't know, Lindsay puts out a monthly kind of summary.
They all get it, whether they like it or not.
So good. Anyway, so I just wanted to ask Lindsay, is there a way of finding out what Nelson's total emissions is? Like, is somebody recording that, and is there somewhere where we or the people of Nelson can kind of go to see what our kind of emissions for the year has been?
The answer is yes, but I'm probably not the best person to give you that information. I mean, you know that last year Nelson did its own emissions profile in which the landfill came out dramatically high. Out of interest, Masterton's chief villain is their sewage system. So, it's not the same for all councils. But I don't know exactly where the regional and local emissions profiling has got to, and somebody maybe, Claire Barton, you might know, I don't know, where that's at in terms of, I know it's a process in train and it's coming, but I don't know how near to being available it is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I know that council tracks its emissions, and I think I couldn't find the report just while you were speaking, but I think that we have actually increased significantly year on year since 1990. So then I guess if we're needing to reduce, with growth around about 9% per annum from now onwards, what do you think, like for Nelson City Council, like public transport, or where do you think, I mean, obviously dairying isn't a big issue for Nelson City.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sanson. I just want to clarify, I'm not saying reduce growth 9% per annum, although that would be, it's reduce our absolute emissions by that much. And the 9% is if we have a 1% growth sort of thing. One of the things that's an absolute insane thing is how we know that petrol or fossil fuel vehicles are a massive source of emissions, and every day we have single occupancy cars blocking our roads and people complaining about the congestion and wanting more roads, which is not a way to solve the congestion. But I think we have to get in our heads that if we build roads for that reason, we're basically building them to pamper people who want to sit in their car and drive to work at the same time as everyone else. So getting people out of low occupancy vehicles, council backtracked on its own targets on that last year. The Waimea Road measure of the level of occupancy didn't meet the target, so the recommendation was to lower the target rather than find a better way of meeting it. So I think, there's definitely, I'd start with vehicles. Public transport is a big part, but it's well known that if you have space on roads, people will drive to fill it unless you have a means to restrict that, congestion charging or some other means.
So Nelson City Council has done a really excellent public transport strategy. I guess, we have budget constraints, so I think, that the implementation of that is not likely to begin for a few years. I think about 3 years. It's in the LTP, not kind of kicking in until 3 years into the new long-term plan. Would that be something we should really look at trying to bring forwards to?
I think the transport plan is great. Two things that I'd like to see in there is a commitment to electrification or using biodiesel in the fleet rather than ordinary diesel. But I think, so if it can be brought forward, that's good. But I think the whole issue of prioritising budget streams with climate near the top of the list, in fact, I put it at the top of the list, is a really important feature on that.
Thank you. Thanks. I think thank you, Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much.
We've definitely gone well over time with public forum today. So Lindsay, thank you so much for your presentation, and it's really helpful for us to think about consumption and growth moving forward whilst supporting
Kia ora.
Increasing populations.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm sure we can increase
Good luck.
populations and it be sustainable. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to move on now to our next item in the Mayor Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, given the first public forum we had this morning, I was just wondering if Ms Barton could please give us, we've had a presentation around a resource consent application. And I think in public it's important that we actually get the officer advice about what are the next steps.
Yes, I think that would be helpful.
So through you, Madam Chair, the application for resource consent is still being processed. It will be determined by an independent commissioner. All of the information has been put in front of that commissioner, and there is still some further information that is being requested. So it is in train, and that process is being very robust. The independent commissioner is well qualified in resource management matters and will consider all effects on the environment. The information that the Kellys have put forward has been provided to that commissioner as well. So, and the determination that the process that will happen is the commissioner will make a call, first of all, as to whether there are affected parties or whether the application is notified or limited notified. That decision has not yet been made, but that will be based on the facts of the information as provided.
Just a very quick follow-up question. Do elected members in New Zealand, not just here, have the ability to have influence over that decision? Is that considered appropriate under the RMA? Is there any ability for that to happen?
So through you, Madam Chair, no. And in fact, where elected officials have tried to do that, they have been severely reprimanded by the government in terms of process. So no, it's not.
So just to clarify, Claire, so there's still an opportunity that Lindy Kelly and the mana whenua might be ruled as affected parties by the Commissioner. So that door hasn't been closed completely. I'm just wanting to understand, that seemed to be the key point that they were.
The decision on notification has not yet been made.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I've got a whole lot of hands up. Really brief questions, Councillor Courtney and then Councillor Laurie.
Well, I just want to bring Officer Barton's attention, she probably picked up on it, that when Harvey Ruru spoke, he didn't indicate that iwi hadn't been consulted. I do hope that can be remedied.
So again, through you, Madam Chair, the decision as to who are affected parties has not yet been made, but will be made by the Commissioner.
Councillor Laurie.
Thanks. So I always find this sort of stuff really interesting. I mean, we're here as elected representatives of the public, and these decisions have massive influence on our community and therefore the public. And the public comes along and talks to us and says, this is what's really important to us. And we say, sorry, legislation, nothing to do with us, we can't do anything. I find that really problematic.
I guess that's the difference of keeping our legal system and our political system very separate in New Zealand. And it's really important that we respect that there's a legislation The RMA is set, and then there's a regulatory process which it works through. That is
So-
the beauty of the New Zealand government and legal system, Councillor Laurie. It's slightly different in America.
So my question is, I've got two questions. One, can council write to the commissioner or encourage the commissioner to make
No,
it
they cannot.
publicly notified if the council believes that's in the public's interest?
No, that would be entirely inappropriate for this council to do that.
All right. My next question is, can council choose to take over the decision itself under legislation?
No, it cannot. It has delegated that authority, and that delegation.
Under no
is-
circumstances?
No.
There's no legal argument to say that can be done?
So this is how the Resource Management Act works. We have set our Nelson plan, whatever that's called in the past, and Nelson Resource Management Plan, and that is the legislative body which this carries out. So it is the balance between environment and development that we set as a council.
So what we're being told, what I'm being told is council can have no influence on the decision regarding Kelly's nature forest, conservation forest, and council can have no influence on the decision regarding the Mai Tai Kaka Valley development. Can I just get that? That's what we're being
So
told?
I'm not discussing the Mai Tai development today. That is not up for discussion, but I have already answered the first one, which is no, this council does not.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor McGurk.
Just a couple of quick questions, probably to Ms Barton. The application, that's not a prohibited activity.
Correct, it's not a prohibited activity.
So council officers, we are obligated to receive an application.
Correct. Under the Resource Management Act, anybody can make an application for resource consent.
Thank you.
Briefly, I just might make a note that just because of the questions we've had today, I think it will be really worthwhile early next year just doing a brief 101 of the RMA, particularly for those people around this table who haven't done the making good decision. Really important that we understand these because this is the law of New Zealand.
So through you, Madam Chair, we have that in train to have a legal advisor come forward.
Congratulations to anyone in the room who's just completed their Making Good Decisions course, because I think that's, and Glenys, congratulations, and Councillor Sanson, well done. I think that's great that it's a very helpful course to do in terms of understanding our legal system. Okay, I'm going to move on. I just wanted to finish off by saying I think that it's important for Lindy to have had the opportunity to talk to us so we understand what her concerns are. But in future, please understand that it is going through a robust process and that process has been set out under our legal system and through our planning. Okay, I'm going to move on now to confirmation of minutes, which is pages 6 to 10 of our agenda.
I'll move on.
I have a move by Councillor Courtney and seconded by Councillor Bowater. Any changes? I don't think so, in which case I'm going to put that the minutes are received, confirms that the minutes are a true and correct record. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? No, that's carried. Thank you. And then I'm going to move on to the chairperson's report.
Happy to move and receive.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Skinner. I'm not sure if you've had time to read it.
I've read it through.
Oh, great. So has everyone had a chance to read the chairperson's report? I will take it as read then, and I'm just going to, I think it's quite fitting today to talk, as we have a new title for our committee, that is an Environment and Climate Committee, and appropriate that we've had 2 public forums on climate change. And I just wanted to touch briefly on My journey, this is my 10th year as a city councillor. I've been on council for 10 years, and my journey kind of with climate change, and to reach a point where you're the chair of a committee with the title climate in it, for me feels very significant. I brought along a book today to show you all. I read this book in June 2007 when I was away on holiday with my children. And I came back to Melbourne and I was about to start studying medicine. And I spent $500 offsetting my fossil fuel emissions so that we could plant trees in Australia. And I didn't tell my husband. And so he discovered this visa bill and he said, "What's that for?" I said, "Well, we have to do the right thing. We have to offset our fossil fuel emissions when we drive our cars." And I was really lucky. I was able to commute. I used to do a 1 hour commute by train and a 10 to 15 minute commute by tram each way, but there was a 25-minute car journey down to the train station as well. And we had chosen to live in a very beautiful part of Melbourne in the Dandenong Ranges, but it was also an affordable part of Melbourne. And I think it's really important to understand that housing and affordability is often a key determinant in how much people are commuting. And for me back then, a 3-hour commute each day was a significant part of my life. So this book, in terms of offsetting our carbon emissions, and Lindsay today talking about planting forests and how that's one of the steps forward, but actually just trying to close that gap, commute less, take public transport when we can, get on our electric bikes when we can, or our bikes, or walk as much as we can. So it's a transition to using less and less fossil fuel. And like Councillor Laurie touched on, choosing to buy much more efficient cars so that when we do use them, our fuel efficiency is minimal or electric. So that was kind of my journey looking back over the last decade of how I started out on council. I used to talk a lot about climate change and that it was an urgent priority, and felt like I wasn't getting very far. So for us in this last year, I think we have made a significant journey in declaring the climate emergency. And the journey is always about how can we improve our quality of life. At the same time, for me, I think that it is about people and people's well-being, and our messaging and our education needs to be really clear that we want to support our communities to transition to really sustainable, high-quality lives which support their mental health and well-being, and support them to be physically active, to grow healthy food, and to be enjoying a high quality of life. And we're really lucky here in the Nelson Tasman region because we have that opportunity to share that, and we have so much. We've got such an amazing starting platform because we have this incredible natural environment which people can enjoy with no greenhouse gas emissions at all. We have opportunities in terms of our lifestyle choices to do the right thing. And I think as a council, over the last year, our direction and our thinking and in terms of embedding that into the future in our long-term, in our asset management plans and long-term plans is really significant. So for me, the 4 main ways we're doing this is looking at our modal shifts towards electric vehicles, walking and cycling, and looking at our CBD and our city activation and how we can increase our urban greening and food resiliency opportunities in our parks and reserves. And we've really picked up on promoting waste minimisation, and the curbside trial next year for composting will begin. So waste minimisation is a key part for Nelson and our community, and particularly getting kitchen waste and garden waste out of landfill. And then finally, looking at our energy use and how we can reduce that, and consider our consumption and what we're buying in terms of the embodied carbon of those purchases. I think that our community wants to learn and wants to learn more, and hearing from the Nayland College students, we are creating generations of children who understand how important our future is. So it is an exciting end to the year for me, and I'm looking forward to next year and doing more work. I have some questions, Councillor Sampson and then Councillor Courtney.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for Claire, but it's great to get an update. Thanks for that, really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to getting regular updates on where we're at. So I guess my question really is around, I know that we have got workshops on our carbon emissions reduction. It's been scheduled and cancelled twice. And I'm just wondering where that's at and if there's a particular reason for it being cancelled.
I can reply to that. I touched on it very briefly in my report. Unfortunately, I guess because of COVID and staff capacity, we have a lot of the work has been done through the asset management plans already, but it just hasn't been collated into quite finished in terms of the timing for the workshop today. So that piece of work will come back to the January workshops and be part of that week in January when we do the long-term plan workshops.
So the Climate Champion wasn't ready to present the
I don't want
workshop.
to get into that right now, Rachel.
Okay.
Other questions, Councillor Courtney?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree. It's an excellent report and thank you. It's a very timely one too. Should we be mindful when working through our long-term plan that we need to lead by example in this area? And I'm thinking of our own council vehicle fleet. I am aware of how many electric vehicles we do have, and I think we could improve on that. So I would like to think that you and I and Councillor McGurk and all councils actually, actual fact, exercise their mind on that aspect.
So my understanding is at the moment, as we retire a vehicle, it's replaced with an electric vehicle. Claire might like to touch on that briefly. There is the embodied carbon of a vehicle, which is important that we sometimes see vehicles through to their end of life. I guess that's the balance between fuel efficiency and how efficient those vehicles were when they were purchased. But Claire, you might like to touch briefly on that.
So through you, Madam Chair, the process of replacement for vehicles is that there's a very strong preference for EVs as the first choice of vehicles in that replacement, yes.
It's fine to talk the talk, but we've got to be seen to walk the walk as well. Not just words, but action. So we've got to lead, and I think this is one very obvious way we could be seen to be doing that.
I would also hope that we were looking at some more e-bikes and that members of staff took a bike rather than a vehicle if they possibly could. I think there has been.
So through you, Madam Chair, there are now 5 electric bikes, which is fantastic, and they're regularly used, so it's such that they're actually overbooked and you can't actually get one. So that's good news. So they are using bikes to get out there and do things.
Great. Great questions. Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Do I have any other? Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Kia ora. Thanks for that. Just looking at the release of those coastal inundation maps, I'm just wondering if someone, maybe you, Claire, could just outline sort of the next steps in that conversation. As I understand, we're sort of establishing, what is of importance to our community at the moment, but where that conversation is going to head and what sort of outcomes we can expect from that dialogue.
So through you, Madam Chair, that's a big question. What I can say is in terms of the Nelson plan process, which is the bit that I can talk about, we're already out with the community at the moment. We've had a number of public meetings, some very good feedback from a number of residents around what those maps mean for them. And we're just working through that conversation with them at the moment.
So we don't yet sort of have a strategy for the non-Nelson plan side of that conversation?
So through you, Madam Chair, I understand there'll be a conversation with councillors early next year around that.
Okay, thanks.
I think right now, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, and that was the focus of the report, is right now we have a lot of knowledge about the future, and we have a lot of knowledge about why it's so important to reduce our emissions, and that should be our main goal in terms of our initial thinking, and that really is key to determining how we plan for the future. So Lindsay touched on this as well, that as a government, we have committed to the 1.5 degrees global temperature rise and are part of that high ambition coalition. And that gives us the best possible scenario in terms of our future. So that is why the education around decreasing our emissions is key right now, and we need to make sure that that is the focus in the next 2 years in terms of our activity. Mayor Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing some questions on your report, conscious of that time. Just one thing I just wanted to add, and I'll come back with a bit of an update when I can get it after I've been spoken to LGNZ. A couple of months ago, we had a presentation from at National Council from Mott MacDonald, who are international environmental engineering firm, and we're looking at commissioning them to they've got the Moata Carbon Portal, which is the portal that they use for detailing embodied carbon accounting and planning for projects. And so we're looking at having that access to that portal for all of New Zealand, for all councils. So we're just working our way through it. So that I think would be hugely valuable to our asset managers, particularly through the capital projects. Really interesting piece of work. They demonstrated what they did and the value proposition of embodied carbon and carbon accounting, and actually how it's not only does it reduce carbon emissions, but actually it's good for your bottom line too in terms of your financials. So I'm really looking forward to that going forward.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. I just also wanted to touch on, I mentioned it in the report as well, that I've met with the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum a lot over the past year, and the Nelson Environment Centre, and also the Sustainable Business Network. And it's really exciting what our community is looking at in terms of moving forward. Particularly wanted to share Katrina Kidson's work with the Sustainable Business Network and how much progress they're making in terms of many businesses wanting to get on board with being zero carbon, and the fact that businesses are thinking like that and key to participate is great news. More and more businesses are coming to them and saying, how do we do this? We want help to do this, rather than perhaps not being interested. So there's a wonderful paradigm shift, and I guess one of the pluses of the COVID pandemic is that we have realised that we can pivot and we can shift and we can transform very rapidly when we need to. So we can apply that same thinking to climate change and move far more rapidly than perhaps we thought prior. Okay, I think that Councillor's going to move the Chair's report, and Councillor Bowater has seconded it. Thank you so much. No more questions, in which case I will put it. Thank all those in favour. Anyone against? Thank you, everyone. I think we'll break for a morning tea now, just 10 minutes, if we come back at 25 to 11. I've just been speaking to the governance advisors and Claire during our morning tea break, and we're going to change the order of business just slightly because we have some members of staff in the room who would like to hear from on our quarterly report. So we're going to have item number 7 on our agenda next, and then we will move to item number 9, and then we'll go back to item number 8. So just so you understand the order of business. So I'd like to welcome Mandy Bishop up here, and today we have Andrew Hogg, who is our new Harbour Master, who's also come to introduce himself and tell us a little bit about his vision for our harbour into the future. Welcome, Mandy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, this is Andrew Hogg, our new Harbour Master. He joined Port Nelson towards the end of December last year and had a short handover with Dave Duncan, who took up a position in Broome, I believe.
Yeah,
in Western Australia. So it's been a big year in more ways than one. But I'll let Andrew introduce himself further about his background. The reason we're here today is this Port and Harbour Safety Management System report. So as I take the report as read, but just to give a brief overview of it, there's a national code that all port and harbours harbour activities around the country aspire to be aligned with the best practice guidelines. It's not a regulation, it is a voluntary code. And out of that code, each port and harbour instigates its own safety management system. Annually, those safety management systems are reviewed and we do a self-assessment, and then that's handed over to Maritime New Zealand. And every 3 to 5 years, there's an external assessment of these systems. So it has another pair of eyes look at it. So Andrew Hogg has assessed this system for Nelson and has discovered that there's a few gaps and that the document hasn't been updated since 2015, and there has been significant changes to the code in that time. So he's here to introduce himself and to also speak to the progress on getting our code updated. Andrew.
Good morning, Madam Chair. So Andrew Hogg. I was born in Levin, but I'm from Whitianga up in the Coromandel. My career to date has been first of all banking and investment banking for a bit, and then off to the Navy for the last 14 years. I left the Navy to take up this role. Within the Navy, I was driving big ships throughout that period, so that's my knowledge of harbour and seamanship and everything like that, where that comes from. Moved to Nelson, my partner's from here, and looking forward to the lifestyle to bring up our kids here. So I think quite a few people come back for that possibility as well. So yes, enjoying it so far. So as Mandy introduced, so there's every regional council has a responsibility to look after the safety of their harbour, and that's through the Maritime Transport Act. Nelson City Council has chosen to delegate that through to Port Nelson. That there is for the day-to-day management of the safety of the harbour. And that is set out in an agreement that was renewed this year for a 3-year term. As Mandy also stated, there's a Port and Harbour Marine Safety Code that assists all ports and harbours throughout New Zealand in developing a framework to manage that safety. So what it provides is an overarching understanding of a safety management system and how that should work and how port users and harbour masters should interact, essentially. 5 years ago, the Nelson Harbour had a successful external audit, but almost immediately after that event, the Port and Harbour Safety Code was then reviewed and brought out again. Within that timeframe, since then as well, we've had changes with the Health and Safety at Work Act, and there's a few changes around that have influenced our current position now. Overall, we have a safe harbour. I would just like to make that clear. But a lot of the process and the framework around that is lacking when you compare it to what the code expects. So the main areas which I identified which we were lacking is that we had a risk assessment completed within the harbour, but that there was over 13 years ago. Since that time, we've had significant changes both to shipping, to harbour users. So stand-up paddleboards, jet skis have come a long way since that time, and they all influence the safety of people in the harbour and how we use it. So that there does need a review, and that there's one of our major next points that we're going to get through. Another side is that there's a safety management system for the port and how the port interacts with the harbour, but there's not actually a safety management system well defined for how the harbour should actually be run, essentially a harbour management plan. That there would normally be an overarching document which everyone can then, whether it be other commercial users or other water users, recreational, they can feed into that and understand how to act safely within the harbour. So that there's another large piece of work that we're doing at the moment. And the last one was just communicating with all the other port users on a constant and consistent basis around just how is it being run, do they feel safe when they're using it, and everything like that. So they're the three main catches that I've identified throughout this. So what we've done immediately is noting the large volume of work with those, we've engaged consultants with Port, and so what we've done is reviewed the safety management systems for both the port and for the harbour, and they're in their sort of final draft form at the moment, so they've come a long way, and they're just going through the final sort of socialisation before being put out. We've started up communicating better with at this stage just Maritime New Zealand and the other commercial users, and then we're going to, once we have a bit more of a framework, then we'll flow that out to the recreational users and get them involved as well, and have regular meetings with them. And the risk assessment that there is next on the list, we've started it, and it's due to be completed by the end of December. So that piece of work there, we're going to be using consultants, but part of that process will also be going out to other water users, so they can provide an independent voice as well to gain that, to gain an understanding of how the public feel about safety in the harbour. So I think that's about it. Yep.
That's a great summary. Thank you so much for explaining that really well. I've got a few questions. I'm going to go round the table. I'm going to start with Councillor McGurk, then Councillor Courtney, and then Councillor Sansom.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Hey, just a couple of questions I've got. In terms of the safety management system, is the delineation between the harbour and the port, is the port safety management system a subset of the harbour, or do they sit side by side?
Madam Chair, yes, that there is one of the things that we're really trying to work on. So really bringing out the process, because they were a little bit combined when I came in. Mm-hmm. So what I'm doing here, and part of this process, is to extract them. So there's a really clear delineation between which hat is being worn at a certain time. And there'll be a really easy to follow, essentially, decision tree as to which decision has been made by which position.
Okay. You talked about before the significant changes in terms of the risk assessment. Are you able to give us sort of a bit more detail about what they might be in terms of, I'm just thinking of our, seems like our duties as persons conducting businesses suddenly emerged into the public arena, and I'm just wondering what are those significant changes that we need to be aware of when sort of addressing, particularly around our health and safety responsibilities, I suppose, and users of the port? What are the big changes you've identified?
So, Madam Chair, the main one would be the size of this vessel that's coming through the cut. Only 13 years ago, a big ship would have been sort of 220 metres probably, or something like that. So now they're a lot more regular, a lot larger, and there's a lot less leeway for error within that. Along with that, there's been a lot of advancement in navigational practices. So whether that be computerised or something called bridge resource management has grown a lot, which is making sure that everyone understands the process as the vessel goes through. We've had in the port increased tug power, significant increase of tug power. So how do ships interact with those tugs, etc.? What are the procedures around that? And along with that, different recreational water users and uses. So paddleboarders are quite constantly being identified within the cut as a big ship's trying to come through. So those are the specific types of risks that have increased that haven't been documented. They've been acknowledged and they've been acted upon, but they haven't been documented in a way just to make sure that we're actually covering everything and that we have actually thought everything through and mitigated it to the full extent. For instance, buying bigger tugs, for instance. They obviously identified that there was a requirement, purchased bigger tugs, but it hasn't been documented as to why or how they're to be used.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions, and the first one was about the pilot training system. So the report and the two attachments are quite comprehensive with a lot of moving parts, so I struggled a bit to grasp what dates, things occurred. So I'm pleased to see the gaps that have been identified, but as far as the pilot training system is concerned, was that since 2015 or was that in the last self-assessment? Was that brought to light in the last self-assessment?
I identified the gaps just in the most recent self-assessment, but it had been in the same pilot training plan had been in effect since 2015 with that original external review. Maritime New Zealand also review that pilot training plan. And in a similar vein, there's a lot of advances within how a pilot should conduct and how a pilot should interact with the tugs and linesmen and everything like that. I have completed that now. Maritime New Zealand have approved the new training plan. There is now the gap analysis essentially to say where is the difference between what the pilots are doing now and what the new pilot training plan is. And that is essentially just a few external courses which we need to provide. And then we can, we're very lucky we've got very, very experienced pilots who have been doing it for 20 plus years at the moment.
Thanks for that, Mr. Hoggett. Yeah, so I took that it hadn't been picked up since 2015. And so for me, the level of inconsistency within that training system would appear to be unacceptable, really. My second question, Madam Chair, was something Councillor McGurk brought up, and it was about the risk assessment and how was that risk being managed until you've put all these actions that you're putting in place have been completed. But I think, Harbour Master, you've answered that quite comprehensively. So thank you.
Thanks, Glenys. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to Andrew. Welcome, Andrew. Thank you, Mandy, for your introduction too. Mandy, I don't feel comfortable with the wording of this. You talk, it's peppered through here about the gaps. But when you introduced, Mandy, you referred to reviews being annual. And I thought, right, well, where does the responsibility lie? And then, Andrew, you draw attention to the fact that, the National Code hadn't been updated since 2015. And then you go on to say that risk assessments hadn't been reviewed for 15 years. So who takes responsibility? Do we take responsibility, Mandy, for that?
So through the chair, so the self-assessments are done together with the Harbour Master Office and the Port and Council officers, and both the chief executives of both the Port and the Council sign off the self-assessments annually. It's our local document that hasn't changed since 2015, not the national. Yep, and there has been incremental changes to the national code since 2015, and our documents haven't kept up with that.
My question is, why haven't they? Simply, you know, it's obvious to me, why haven't they kept up? Because what's the point of the review annually if you don't pick up on these things? That's the very purpose of the review. That's my thinking. So
that is a good question, and yep, we need to look at the way that we do these self-assessments as well to make sure that they are picking up on these things. You're right.
all right. Don't you like a really honest answer and a straight one too? I appreciate that. Thank you, Mandy.
Councillor Sanson.
Kia ora, Mandy and Andy. Thanks for coming along. Really nice to meet you, Andy. I actually spent about 4 years at sea and ended up with my commercial launch masters and toyed with the idea of going into the Navy as an avenue for, you know, taking that further, but only for about 24 hours in my mid-20s. But yeah, really nice to have you here, and you've obviously got, you know, a wealth of experience that you're bringing to the role, so that's really great. I note on page 12 of the report, under 3.4, it just talks about the code, and there's the bullet points outlines dangerous goods and harmful substances and marine pollution and ships in distress. So I've just got I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how good our kind of marine environment is in the port, and would you go swimming there?
Madam Chair, I've looked over the side, and yes, I actually would go swimming in there. We have actually quite a good process and good relationship with Brent Edwards, EIL. So we work together a lot with spills. Unfortunately, what I've seen to date is quite a few unknown origin type spills coming through, and they're generally originating either around fishing or marina vessels. They're generally of a very, very small nature, and we do have a good relationship as well with Maritime New Zealand, who do the tier 3, and we have practiced with them for any kind of spill cleanups that we need to achieve. So it's good.
So kind of looking nationally, we're doing pretty well. Yeah.
I've seen a lot worse harbours, that's for sure, yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
Thanks. I just wanting to get a sense of sort of how atypical our setup is, especially with you holding both the operations manager role and the harbour master role. Is that something that's seen elsewhere? We're sort of flying out on our own.
Madam Chair, we are the only place that does that. Okay. It used to be quite a common thing when there was harbour boards, as harbour boards have slowly dissipated and everything's been split up. Generally, people have moved the two positions separately.
And then just understanding within a typical setup, so there'd be, with best practice, there'd be the two separate SMSs with the annual self-assessment done by the operations manager and the harbour master. Are they just self-assessing their own SMSs, or sort of is it two sets of eyes looking at both, or just one set on each?
Madam Chair, they are to be both shared. And the whole point of this framework is that each time somebody changes or does anything within their SMS, that they share it with the other to make sure that everyone's working together cohesively. When a self-assessment occurs, that you are looking at both sides when you do that self-assessment.
Okay, so I guess then in our case, we just have your eyes doing that annual self-assessment. What sort of, do you think there's a sort of evaluation of risk in that, and how's that being managed?
Madam Chair, what we're doing going forward after what's been identified in this last one is within the port, we will have two separate people going through to provide that separate eyeball looking through it. There's also there is the opportunity as well for we now have a lot of experience with Maritime New Zealand, so they can also have a look through what's been going on as well and have them provide comment to just our local Maritime New Zealand.
Great.
People. Yeah.
Thanks, very comforting.
No questions from me, thank you.
Mayor Rachel.
Well, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to understand the delegations process, just in terms of where the risk lies. So what I'm hearing is that we have, we've got and appreciate the work that's in this report. So I am concerned, like Councillor Courtney, that we've had a no risk assessment for 13 years, and I just want to understand exactly where the delegations and responsibilities lie. So clearly it can't stop at the Harbour Masters level, so there must be a responsibility here, because what I'm hearing is a matter that I think needs to be probably flagged up to the Audit Risk Committee. I'm really struggling to understand. I mean, these are people's lives we're talking about here. We must know in New Zealand the importance of safe harbours, absolutely critically important. And I appreciate that the view is that actually at an operational level, you're seeing a safe harbour, but we need to know surely, and I want to understand, does it sit with this committee? Does it sit with council as a whole? Does it sit with officers? Ultimately, in terms of health and safety, where does this sit?
So through the chair, I originally did identify this report as going to the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee. However, navigation safety is a function of this committee. So it's kind of both, but given that the navigation safety function is about the safety of our harbour area, that it was considered that this committee is the right place for this matter.
All right, so then in terms of the delegations of responsibility, where does that sit? So if this committee is required to give health and safety oversight of the harbour master functions, then wouldn't it have been more appropriate for the review to have been conducted before the contract agreement came back to continue with the shared role? Because what I'm hearing today is that there are issues here in terms of the harbour management, the port side, yes, absolutely, but the overall harbour management side, no. And I share the concern, I think, that I heard from Councillor Courtney, that this has always been one of the tensions about this particular arrangement, that the focus needs to be very much on the whole harbour, not just the port operations. And when I think about where the liability may lie, I want to understand whether it lies with this committee, with officers, with the port, where is it?
So through the chair, ultimately the responsibility is the Regional Council for navigation safety. The council cannot shed its responsibility at all. So while the day-to-day functions of the harbour master has been through an agreement with the port, been handed to the Port Nelson to employ the harbour master, the overall navigation safety function responsibility rests with the Regional Council.
All right, so then my follow-up question is, in that case, what do the officers do to ensure that the correct processes are followed, that the risk assessments are undertaken, that the documentation is kept up to date in relation to the legislation change? where does that responsibility lie, and how is the process set out and reported to this committee?
So all of that is under review. In the past, the self-assessments have been discussed with officers and the harbour master. And as I said, then those documents are taken to the chief executives to sign. Yep, there's gaps have been highlighted, so we're using consultants to make recommendations, and their findings will be reported to this committee with suggested ways forward to address all the issues that have been raised.
So where does the responsibility and liability lie? With the chief executive under health and safety? Let me just play it. I don't want to play the scenario, and I'm hoping it will never happen. But imagine there was a serious injury in the port area, and there was an investigation by the Maritime Safety Authority. Whereas, and there was, you know, as we're sitting in a public meeting today discussing the fact that there's 13 years have gone by since there was a risk assessment. What would happen? Let's say, can you explain that to us? Because I think that it is really important that this committee understands if they have responsibilities here and holding to account the systems. And if the systems don't exist, and I would say, Madam Chair, right at this point, will be asking that this is recommended with urgency to the Audit Risk Committee for watch. It needs to go on a watch list. So can we just understand what would happen?
Madam Chair, the first point of call would be what would be the procedures and processes and protocols and mitigations that have been put in place, and at the moment that they're through the agreement is been delegated to the port to manage and to review and to do everything for. However, as Maddie did say, essentially at the end of the day, it's the regional council who holds ultimate responsibility for it.
Well, Madam Chair, I just flagged it at the bottom of that recommendation. I would like this referred through to the Audit Risk Committee. I just feel that's essential at this point. We need to understand we need to understand if we clearly haven't had a system in place from what I can hear, but obviously I'm only getting a snippet today, but I think we need to look more carefully to understand how we end up with systems that leave potential risk for us as a regional council.
Yeah. I think that's very helpful. Thanks, Rachel. Gail, Councillor Noonan.
Sorry, you. Look, same thing really. So I would second the adding of a recommendation at the bottom that it be advised to the audit risk for assessment. But I guess the question then, the only thing left is that there needs to be a system where the self-reporting is actually reported somewhere. So it needs to go on to whatever grid we have where that's something we're looking for once a year, that we you know, that report comes to the committee or to council. I'm not quite sure about if the regional council is responsible ultimately, should it go as a recommendation to council, or is the committee authorised sufficiently to make that decision?
So my understanding through the chair is that this committee has navigation safety as its area of responsibility, and this falls under that.
Okay, so whatever the grid or list is of all the reports that need to come to this committee to sign off to be received, that the self-assessment has been done and that any recommendations are actioned, that needs to go on there. So if that could be minuted, that's probably sufficient, but it'll probably come through from audit risk. If they're going to get to watch this, they will probably come back with some recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Noonan. So what I'm hearing is that we've identified some gaps in terms of the risk and safety assessment, but we've also identified some gaps in terms of ensuring that when we've delegated that responsibility to the port, we haven't been checking that the right processes are being carried out. And I think that that's a important conversation to be having as well. So I think that that's the best way to move it forward. I'm just going to finish off questions, Councillor Bowater and Councillor Skinner, and then you all know that I run my committees slightly differently to other committees. If we need to have a dialogue about this so everyone feels comfortable, rather than debate, that's my preference, is that we just make sure we all understand the issue and that we're all comfortable.
I'm happy to move or second it, but when you think it's legit.
Okay, I'm just going to hear from Councillor Bowater. No question. Councillor Skinner, do you have any questions? No. I think as the Mayor has moved the amendment,
She was only working on something.
sure, okay. So I'm just going to adjourn for a couple of
I just
minutes
need a
while we
moment
get
to get
the
that wording
words
right,
right,
because
and I'm just going to double check with this with Claire and Mandy that that's sufficient in terms of ensuring that the right processes are followed into. Okay, so just going to start the meeting again. I have a recommendation which has been moved by the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Courtney. I think that we've had it's been really helpful to have this conversation today, and thank you for being so open and frank about some of the concerns you have. I think that we're on moving forward to remedy that, which is great. And as a council, we need to be fully aware of our responsibilities to support the delivery of a safe harbour. Does anyone have any other concerns or want to discuss it, want to debate? Yeah, Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reinforce that what the Harbour Master has said to us today is that he believes that this is a safe harbour from what he can see, but there are matters in terms of our monitoring and reporting that we need to address, and there are 3 areas where he would like to do some further work. I think the communication matter that was raised is important, really understanding the port in the context of the large harbour, and so that everybody understands what safe harbour is about is critical. So I'm and noting this going to the organisational risk area, it's actually around our systems and processes, not around the role of what the Harbour Master is doing. And I've got absolute confidence in the Harbour Master's oversight of his role. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Look, I'm supporting this. I'd just like to thank the Harbour Master for actually bringing it to our attention, because when there is a gap, it needs to be looked at. So I'm thankful that it's here, because we need to discharge our responsibilities in the correct way. And the fact that it will go on a risk register, I think, gives me some I don't know, confidence that we will be able to watch it from now on. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? No, the recommendation is carried. So we're going to move on to item number 9 in the agenda now, which is pages. Just want to say thank you so much, Andrew, for coming in and introducing yourself. It was really nice to meet you, and enjoy the summer now that you've found your feet in your new job. And I hope you probably get shaky feet being a harbour master all the time, but enjoy the summer. So moving on to item number 9, pages 100 to 167. And I think we're having all of the staff come up, or we're going to, okay. So first of all, I have Lisa and Baldy from Warmer Healthier Homes. Welcome. And Richard, and they're going to talk about our Warmer Healthier Homes part of the quarterly report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councillors and committee members. Thank you again for having me here today to talk a little bit about the Warmer Healthier Homes program that Nelson City Council have been a valuable contributor to over a number of years now, and have been critical to the success of the program. So I'm here really primarily to take any questions you have around the annual report that's been tabled, and I'll take it as read. A couple of key successes for us over the financial year to June 2020, our key focuses were around the establishment of our independent charitable trust to manage the program, which we successfully established and have that operating within the Memorandum of Understanding, of which Nelson City Council is a partner. It's enabled the new trust to have some independence from the umbrella of Nelson Tasman Housing Trust, under which we previously operated, to allow us to explore further funding opportunities and also reconnect with previous funding partners, the likes of RATA, where there's been challenges where Nelson Tasman Housing Trust have had their own objectives, and then we've been attempting to dovetail into the side. The other focus that we had for the year was working with Tasman District Council to obtain funding from the council to support the program within the Tasman District. Last financial year, we had some seed funding of $4,000 provided, and this year we've secured another $20,000 through the annual plan process. And the other key focus we had this financial year ending was working with Marlborough District Council to gain better penetration into the market there. The committee members largely reside in Nelson, Tasman, and there was a bit of a disconnect between effective communication and penetration in that market, but with some work with the staff within the District Council there, we've seen some really good numbers pulled through in that region. Of course, we have some great staff working with us here, including Richard and Claire in promotion of the program in Nelson, and the numbers for the Nelson region really do speak for themselves as far as what's being delivered here within the district. So I'll open it up for questions, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Do I have any questions, or are you all still finding?
So through the chair, it's page 149 of the agenda.
Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was a very interesting report. Thanks so much for the work that's gone on just to make our homes warmer and healthier. I'm just wondering about the impact of the government regulations in terms of rental properties, in terms of minimum standards. Has that had any impact, or has that had an impact on your referrals?
Through the chair, we're aligned with the Warmer Kiwi Homes program that ECA provide funding for, and currently that is only available to owner-occupied homes. So rental homes don't get funding under that, and that was my understanding based on the requirement under the Warmer Healthy Homes Act and the Healthy Homes Standard that all rental properties had to be insulated by 1 July 2019. So theoretically, every rental property in the country should have been insulated by, 1 July 2019. So there's no requirement to insulate anymore. The demand is in owner-occupied homes.
Does that include referrals you're getting from the DHB?
Yeah, we get a number of referrals from the DHB that we then feed into this program, but they are owner-occupied homes.
Thank you.
Yeah. The other thing we probably should note is that we achieved the milestone of 2,000 homes insulated under this program earlier this year, and we're way above that now. So that was a significant milestone.
Thank you.
Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. It's great work that you're doing. And I think it's amazing that we're finally really getting our heads around insulation. For a long time, we basically built wooden tents and lived in them and then wondered why we're cold and getting sick, and we're doing something about it, which is great. Do you think we might ever get to the stage where we've caught up and, the new houses are insulated and we'll actually be in a position where we can do new things?
Thank you for the question through the chair. In an ideal world, yes, we will. And I guess that's the ultimate goal of the trust and the steering committee, is to insulate all the houses that do require insulation in our region. It's interesting, ECA's criteria for a house to qualify needs to be built prior to 1990.
No, 2008.
Oh, sorry, 2008. Yeah, so prior to 2008. So to think that as a few years back as 12 years, ECA and the government believe that the level of insulation in those homes is inadequate. It's a little bit scary, but the positive thing about the program is we can quantify the numbers of eligible homes through ECA, and we can continue to work towards doing as many as we can.
And I know it's going off the topic of the report a bit, but since you're here, I'd like to ask you this question. I know of people in Nelson who have insulated homes, insulated properties, but they worry about the cost of power. So they don't turn on their heat pumps very much in winter. So we've insulated, their home's been insulated, but they're still cold because of the cost of power. Do you have any thoughts about how we get around that?
I mean, energy poverty is one thing the government is focusing on, and it is a problem for the country. And you've hit the nail on the head. We can insulate homes, really well. And the analogy I'd use would be a thermos flask. You could take a really good quality thermos flask and fill it full of hot stuff. It stays hot for a long time. Fill it full of cold stuff, it stays cold for a long time. So a house is the same. You could have the best insulated house in New Zealand, and if it's cold inside and you're not adding heat, it's going to stay cold like a chili bun. So we do need to add heat into our homes, even though we insulate. So just insulating doesn't get us there. We need to insulate and we need to heat. I don't have the answer for how we get around high power prices or people not wanting to spend money on heating. It is a social issue.
The Mayor and then Councillor Skinner.
Three, Madam Chair. Listen, Richard, thank you very much for coming in with the report today. It's always a pleasure to read. I was particularly pleased to see on page 154 that ECA have increased the funding contribution from 66% to 90% this year. So that's really good. Do you think that means that maybe we don't need to put as much in from now on? What do you think?
Through the chair, it's a very good question. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, it does. I guess to answer your question briefly, working with Richard today in recent times and with Claire, with the committed funding that Nelson City Council have provided for this financial year, and we certainly look forward to making an application through next year's long-term plan, we've made a decision to seek only 50% of the funding that's been committed by Nelson City Council for this year. So 50% of the funding allocation. We think it's prudent that we don't hold council funds when we're not confident that we can spend them. $50,000 will insulate around 150 homes, which is a little bit shy of what we can do within the Nelson region, but there is opportunity for us to pull that up. But leading into next year's long-term plan, the trustees and the steering committee are working to make a decision around what would be an adequate level of funding we would seek. and it certainly wouldn't be $100,000 at this time.
Lisa, thank you, because I just did wonder about that in terms of what funds could actually be used in that time period. I guess I'm also, one of the things that I've been really conscious of is that we've been making more progress in Nelson City in terms of numbers than we have in Tasman District. So is that arrangement, just thinking about what messaging that may send, do you think that might result in, lesser funds being secured for Tasman, or do you think there's, just in terms of where the need is? Do the numbers reflect the need?
The numbers do reflect the need to a reasonable degree. The program's been in place for 6-7 years now, and we've struggled to get a commitment out of Tasman District Council. So we are making positive progress, which we're really happy about, and we're continuing to work with some key staff within council to secure longer term funding, including presenting and making them very well aware of what we can deliver as a program. And I think the results speak for themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had one more question, I think, from Councillor Skinner, was it?
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for all the good work you've been doing with that. And I see in the results here with regards to air quality, which I take an interest in. Number of breaches have been 0.000 along the air sheds, etc. And in terms of heating houses, I know you work extremely hard and giving good options for people, and we're always trying to heat homes in a carbon neutral way. To achieve that, our areas that we could, and well-being, and the bottom line of what we're trying to achieve is well-being for the community. Do you think there's some areas we can make some further improvements as regards to enabling people to heat with, for example, carbon neutral of a wood burner in areas where they can't at the moment? Can we make some tweaks to boundaries or so forth?
The Nelson Air Quality Plan is being reviewed under the Nelson Plan, and there's a lot of research and science going into the background to bring forward options, where we might head in the future. Hanging over us is we're still awaiting the results of the government on the amendments to the National Environmental Standard for Air Quality and where they're going to land. And there's certainly been signals given where it may land, and we put a very strong submission in challenging some of those points, and depending on where it lands, we may have more work to do in the air quality space. It's just crystal ball gazing, and the latest we've had is probably March 2021 before we're going to know the outcome of that National Environmental Standard Review, which will then set the direction where we need to head, and that will inform potential plan changes under the Nelson Plan review of the air quality provisions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. I have a question, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Courtney. I just had a couple of questions. I have a daughter who's at Otago, and she's been in very cold houses, and there seems to be exemptions if you're renting. The landlords can get exemptions that they can't insulate because they can't get to the spaces. Has that been happening in Nelson at all? Are you aware of rentals where there's exemptions and so the houses are still effectively?
Yeah, there are, unfortunately, with some older houses that are incredibly close to the ground. You just physically can't get a person under the floor, between the floor and the ground, to install insulation. And there are a number of flat roof properties where there's just no access into the roof space. There's no roof space to get into to put insulation, short of pulling the roof off and putting insulation in a new roof. So they are exempted under the Healthy Homes Standard as being not practical to be able to do that. And we do have houses in Nelson. So unfortunately, they are always going to be cold, and hopefully we get to the point where they get to the end of their life and they get replaced with something more suitable.
More sustainable. And I guess it would be quite helpful to get some statistics on how many of those homes there are where you go to visit and you can't, well, perhaps the rentals plus future, how many you can't actually retrospectively refit, because I think it's great if we can do it, but if we can't, we probably need to know that those homes are remaining cold. And my next question is, this has been sort of the first step in creating warmer homes, double glazing and heavy curtains. Is that, Richard, is the insulation including heavy curtains? Or is that
no, the insulation standard is just roof and floor insulation. Doesn't even include walls. Those things that you mentioned are all great things to do and something to aspire to going forward. The government is also, or MB, is reviewing the building code energy efficiency clauses and looking at whether they're going to increase insulation standards for new builds, and they are looking at some of these other options as well. So there's quite a bit of work going on at government level and reviewing, because to put it bluntly, the New Zealand Building Code where it currently sits is way below most countries already, and there's been strong calls for it to be increased significantly. So there's, they have been consulting on that, and again, we'll wait the outcome and see what direction that drives us.
So do you see into the future, if you've managed to do an insulation project and support the funding of that, that we should be perhaps looking at double glazing and supporting that entire house to become more sustainable, or would that just be prohibitively expensive to fund?
Be great to do, but you've hit the nail on the head. It's incredibly expensive, and there are other simpler, probably easier things to do to get bigger gains for the value for money. And that's a lot of what I talk about when I visit people in the homes. What are their options? And sure, double glazing would be nice, but often there's other things that are cheaper that will achieve as good a benefit. And in an ideal world, we'd do everything, but we just can't.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a good news story. Thank you, gentlemen, for this report. Warmer, healthier homes, and the success you've had is fantastic. What I'd like to know is, you've been operating for 6 or 7 years. Have you ever gone and looked closely at the referral pathways? I'm thinking, you say, and rightly so, the health sector, and then you go on to say it's outside the health sector. But I'm just thinking, I'm not saying I'm worrying, but I'm just concerned that we might be carried away with the euphoria of this, and some people, families, proud, maybe falling through the cracks or be left behind. Could we look at budget advisory, for example? Would they have something to offer? The budget advisory service. You see, when it comes to this, there is a commitment from the people themselves, isn't there? Now that we've covered the rentals.
Yes, so I guess to focus on your question around relationships and other opportunities to support the program through other channels. Yeah, it is something that's we're continually working on, and one of the challenges I think for the program has been a resourcing issue. We run on a very thin administration budget, and we have steering committee members who all have full-time jobs and have other commitments and focuses. So one of the strategies around the establishment of the charitable trust was to pull in some governance experience, but also some relationships to help us with penetration into particularly health, and exploring other opportunities to work collaboratively with other groups, because that's where I feel we can get true benefit, right? It's similar to Warmer Healthier Homes working with Nelson City Council and ECA. So as part of the trustees of the new charitable trust that have been brought in to help support that are Margaret Gibbs, General Manager of Manuka Hospital, Dr. Jean Simpson, recently retired, and Carrie Mazzina from the Nelson Tasman Housing Trust, and myself. But it is an evolution. There's a lot of groups that we've worked with in an attempt to partnership in their programs, and through whatever reason, some of those programs haven't continued and fallen by the by, which means that we're often looking to create opportunity and putting processes in place to deliver, but through reasons outside of the control of our program, they haven't continued. But we are always looking for opportunities to partner. But it is often a resourcing issue. And sorry, actually, just to follow on that from that, Madam Chair. So in addition to that, we're also doing some work with RATA, who again, now that we have some independence from the Nelson Tasman Housing Trust, just to help support some further administration funding for the program, which will allow us to bring in some resourcing that can help with that marketing, relationship development, promotional material that really has been left up to the steering committee to date, and we don't necessarily have that skill set.
That's good news too, Madam Chair.
Happy to move receiving the two reports.
Thank
That
you.
helps.
Councillor Courtney. I have one more question, I think, from Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just picking up on Councillor Fulton's questions earlier about buildings that can't be insulated. Am I right in thinking some of those in Nelson include some of our pensioner flats?
Yes, correct.
Many, through the chair?
I'm not sure exact numbers. Yeah, no, I don't know the exact numbers, but we could find that out.
No, it's not urgent. I would like to, I am curious as to whether or not there are any plans by Kāinga Ora to remedy that situation, or what might be happening with those properties in the future. Because, yeah, looking at the design of some of them, they're clearly that kind of building. And that's all from me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks. I don't actually have questions regarding this, but Councillor Skinner was moving the recommendation. So I've got questions about the quarterly report.
So we're going to have the other staff members, officers come and join us about the rest of the quarterly report now. We just wanted to let Leeson come and talk to us first, because he's probably got lots of other things to get on with his day, and he's been waiting a wee while.
Awesome. So I'm happy to say
so maybe
thanks.
we can receive part 2. So what I will do right now is receive the report, Warmer, Healthier Homes, Nelson, Tasman, Marlborough project. So we'll just receive the second part of that recommendation. Councillor Skinner's moved it, seconded by the Mayor. Yep, very briefly.
Very briefly, I want to speak to this. Lisa, and I really just want to say thank you to all of the team, Richard, that actually have delivered 2,000 homes. That is a massive milestone and absolutely worth celebrating. So thank you. It was a flagship endeavour, this one. It took some really smart but practical thinking about what wellbeing is about in community, and it will have made a difference too. If you think about those 2,000 homes, you multiply that out by the number of people that are living in those homes, that is probably one of the biggest contributions made in our community to the wellbeing of our people. So thank you to all of you. I want to acknowledge, and I did last time, former Councillor Bill Delberg, who has been an absolute stalwart in getting this going. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Luke Eklund, who I remember sitting, actually was sitting in the chair that Councillor Sampson's sitting in now, when we came to an annual long-term plan discussion about funding. And he said, I want to put $100,000 into the Warmer, Healthier Homes program, and we did. And that was a bold move, and it was absolutely the right move. But thank you sincerely. It's just, these are the sort of things that make me feel pretty good about where we live. Great people doing great work.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. I'm also very supportive of receiving this report, and like the Mayor, I've underlined that it originally started with an idea from Rata that they wanted to start giving some money to community need, and Bill Dalberg and Max Spence were those two men that started that back in 2013, I think it says, and they went on to approach Paul Brockie from Absolute Energy, who is still involved. So 3 great people who had an idea, and it's still fantastic. So I just think it's one of those success stories that belongs to the community. So yeah, well done them.
And I think it's a success story because this council chose to get behind it as well and support our community and growing that. So yeah, it was, I remember it as well. It must have been 2004 in that long-term plan round. Yeah, 2004. So I'm glad that it's been so successful, and it's great that you can continue this work. I imagine I hope it's a finite piece of work, because eventually all of those homes should be insulated, and we should be hopefully seeing the new building code coming through to ensure that new houses are even more sustainably built and stay warm, but require very little energy to be heated in the first place. So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone against? No, that's carried. And if I could invite the other officers to come up for the rest of the quarterly report, that would be great. Thank you, Richard and Leeson. I've got this, I'm sitting over this because I've this is one close to you.
Okay.
Brian?
So through you, Madam Chair, I might just do a little bit of explanation as to who's at the table. And Mandy, you don't get off the hook. You need to bring your chair forward. So just to let you know, Maxine isn't here today. She's away sick. So for both this report and the following report, myself will be doing some of Maxine's conversation. I'd like to introduce you to Jane Budge, who I don't know if has been around the table or not, but you have, okay. So Jane is the Principal Advisor in the Environmental Management Group, and she is covering off the parts of the regulatory framework that sit with EIL that are not resource management stuff, and some other bits as well. So Jane is here to talk to those bits if need be. Lee and Stefan are both now the team leaders in the science team. So you will recall that Joe vacated one team leader role to become the manager, and there are now two team leaders, and both Lee and Stefan are phenomenal in terms of the replacements, and I'm very, very grateful to have them both in those roles. And they're here for Joe, who's on leave at the moment. Lisa, you all know, so Lisa's here for any city development stuff, and Mandy is here if there are any issues around resource consents. Mark, unfortunately, had to go to an appointment at 11:30, so Mark Hunter isn't here, but if there's any building stuff, I'll do my best to answer those. And Susan is in the background in case there are any questions around the forestry attachment. Right. Oh, and Brent, sorry, you're hidden behind the mayor. And Brent is also in the room as well.
So before we move to questions, I'm just going to ask if the officers want to just speak briefly to the quarterly report, to their sections. I think that's really helpful, and we know you've worked really hard in creating this document.
Right, so for the regulatory activity stuff, I just wanted to highlight under the dog control activity report, we've actually submitted that to DIA, which is a mandatory requirement. But also I did want to highlight, because one particular clause ended up being quite confusing. It's effectively correct, but what's been happening, of course, is we're getting more and more dogs. But our dog registrations have actually year on year been going up. So what's actually been happening is how the dog owners not registering their dogs is actually declining year on year. So I just wanted to highlight that. So, but yes, any questions? Or are you taking the questions at the end?
So Stefan and I are just tag teaming a couple of highlights from the science and environment section of the report. So in this last quarter, one of the big highlights for us has been the funding through the COVID-19 Jobs for Nature Recovery of 3.7 million for Project Mahitahi. So that's going to enable the creation of 51.5 full-time equivalents between over 2 to 5 years, and some fantastic environmental outcomes for the Mahitahi catchment, which will include 125,000 trees being planted in the area, 25 hectares of animal and plant pest control, and creation of wetland areas. So it's really exciting for us in this quarter. And Susan is the program manager for that project. And another highlight for us has been to see the success of the uptake of our environmental grant scheme. So we introduced this last financial year. And in our August funding round, we had over 60 applicants requesting more than $500,000 of funding for environmental projects across the Nelson region. So we granted about $270,000 to our community through that for their environmental projects, which are across both public and private land. Quite a large proportion of that funding is coming straight from MPI through the Hill Country Erosion Fund, which we received. So that's to support a reduction of erosion on production land. So really exciting to see the uptake of our community to want to do good environmental projects across our region.
Yeah, cool. Through the chair, the other thing which has been coming up on our radar in the last quarter was the freshwater MPS, and also some signals around the MPS for biodiversity. So there's been quite a bit of work in that area in terms of looking at our monitoring requirements and our programs.
Some of the exciting achievements, so there were no exceedances in air quality for that quarter. And Richard had noted that we were actually on track to meet our air quality performance targets. So that's a really big success for Nelson. Probably the other highlights that are exciting, there was a new flow recorder upgrade in the North Branch of the Maitai, and a new telemetry site with water level sensors, continuous DO, and a temperature logger being installed as well. So, which is pretty good.
And DO is dissolved oxygen.
Yes, DO is dissolved oxygen. But you guys know that because you came on the field trip.
We came on an amazing field trip. It was very educational and we learned a lot. It was a great day out for those who joined the field trip. Lisa. Thank you, Stephen.
Morning. Yep, so a few highlights for city development in that last quarter. The pop-up park was opened and finished, but we are now looking to do a few shade add-ons in the park. Streets for People was deliberated on, and some hard recommendations from officers and decisions from council made. The intensification action plan was adopted, and we kicked off the NPS UD work with Tasman District Council in a mayoral liaison group meeting. And the urban design panel has had about 3 applications for some good quality intensification projects go through. I guess looking forward, the key things we're focusing on is the spatial plan and the review of the development contributions policy with the long-term plan.
Through you, Madam Chair, the resource consents activity has been busy in the first quarter, issuing a lot of consents and 99% compliance with timeframes. And the Deputy Harbour Master over the winter months was preparing for summer, but also taking education courses, which were really well received. Unfortunately, the Deputy Harbour Master, who's the one who spends the time on the water in the boat doing safety checks and doing all this public face-to-face stuff, has resigned. So that's Amanda Kerr. We've lost her to Maritime New Zealand because they've obviously seen how good she is. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think that's everyone, all the officers have spoken. So I have Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Courtney. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions. I might just go around the room. Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got 3 questions in 3 areas. I think my first one's probably for Lisa. Kia ora, Lisa. Page 106, the intensification action plan. Is that, I think last time when you presented it, it was going to go back for editing by the CEO and the Mayor if there were any edits that needed to be made. Has it now been finalised, and is the copy that's up on the council website the final?
Through the chair, it has been through that process and it has been finalised, and it then went off to Hothouse to get a bit of graphic treatment. So I'm pretty sure that it just went up last week or the week before, the actual final version.
Okay. Is it possible? Okay, so is it possible to have the final one just circulated to councillors, or should we just download it off the website?
Circulate the link.
Yeah. Oh, I can find it. Yeah, just want to check. Thanks. Second question is page 145. I think it's a report on the Maitai Forestry Forum, but there's a forestry ownership map in relation to the Maitai River catchment. So I'm not quite sure who is able to answer that. But if you have a look at the key at the bottom, it's got forestry ownership, and it says PF Olsen Limited and Tasman Pine Forest Limited. My understanding is that the orange area which says PF Olsen Limited should actually say Nelson City Council, because I believe that Nelson City Council owns the forest on behalf of the ratepayers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's just our internal mapping. It's about the forest management, I suppose, would be more accurate.
Yeah. Would it be possible to have it updated just so that it's accurately reflects? I just think, it's important that when the community look at these maps, they see that Nelson City Council owns significant areas of forestry that are bordering our water catchments, just so that we're not deferring responsibility to another organisation. And then my last question is maybe for Claire. Page 111, under planning, I noted in this quarterly report that there's no update on the Maitahi Bayview project. There usually is in the Environment Committee quarterly reports. And so I'm just wondering, has Nelson City Council received the plan change application?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we have not received it.
Okay, so it hasn't yet come into the council building?
No, it has not.
No, okay, thanks. That's all I've got, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Saxon. I'm just wondering if you change the title slightly of that, if it says forestry management / ownership, and then you could include both who manages the land plus who owns the land. That's helpful because it is an internal document as well as an externally accessed. I had, who did I have next? I had Councillor Courtney and then Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question is directed at Lee. I've bright sun here now and you're sort of silhouettes and I can't actually cite you there, but I'm looking at page 109 of the report and I'm looking particularly at, and I've got about 3 questions I'll try and wrap into one here, 5.4, where you say there the development of an appropriate framework and work program for climate adaptation is underway. Now that'll please the chair because she's spoken to that at length. Now I want to know where you're going to start with that because that's a fairly extensive piece of work. Are you going to be looking at river levels or flooding or coastal erosion? Where's your emphasis going to be initially?
So through you, Madam Chair, this part of the report is being put forward by Chris Cameron and Nikki MacDonald, who are looking after the climate change stuff more holistically. And apologies, they're not here, but I can make sure that the question is answered remotely.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just curious. Well, that really takes the ground from under me for my next one, I suppose, 5.5. It talks there, Officer Barton, about in 5.5, a step change has been seen in climate change considerations of the activity management plans for the LTP as well as infrastructure strategy. What are those step changes? Can you indicate what they are?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm aware that there's going to be a workshop in January where they will traverse what those changes have been in terms of each of the activity management plans. So after Christmas.
Thank you so much for that. And I'll go on to 5.6. This all interested me. 5.6, and this is very important, I think, that we're doing this. 5.6, officers have also been active in sharing council's climate change work across the country. I think that is significant, that line there, and I'm so pleased to read that because, I mean, that could mean a saving for ratepayers, couldn't it?
So through you, Madam Chair, I can respond to that question because I'm involved in that process. So there are 2 pieces of work where we're sharing what we're doing with others. That is through one portal, which is with Territorial Authority climate change people. And then there is another process underway through the regional sector framework where there's a piece of work being laid out by both myself and Al Cross from Greater Wellington Regional Council, looking at how we can collaborate better in the climate change space. And that's in train. So as we get that through, it'll be very helpful for everybody to be able to understand what each is doing and not duplicate unnecessarily what we're all doing.
Absolutely. That's a good news story, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll leave it there at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Next I have Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, and through the chair. Page 108 at 4.21, it talks about measurement reporting mechanisms still not available for food and safety and alcohol licensing, and the officers are working to rectify these issues. Can somebody give us some commentary on that, please?
So through Madam Chair, I'll chime in and then Jane can assist if I need be. So we, the data systems were not specific enough to be able to report on these 2 aspects, but we have subsequently met with Objectives Management and they are now tweaking some of their data systems to enable us to report those. So we will be able to now report them in the next quarter.
Yeah, can't really add to that, but yes, they were just here recently last week, so we're sorting out the reporting requirements. So hopefully next one, it will be all good.
Great, thank you. And then page 129, which is I presume you're doing the whole report at once? Yeah. Which is the Riverside Youth Pop-Up Park. I see the commentary is that there's an overcost of 30,000 or 12%. Because of the construction costs being greater than estimated. Where are we getting that shortfall from?
Through the chair, the shortfall has been met by the existing city development CapEx budget. So the same budget that Ellen is now procuring shade and things out. So we had a leftover margin for bits and pieces for the year.
Okay, thank you. And then on the following page at 130, which is the Upper Trafalgar Street improvements, forecast above budget by 30% due to the design and lights additional costs. Have we got an update? You probably did this a while ago. Have you got an update on that?
Through the chair, no, that's still pretty much accurate. We're going to be over budget by 261,000. So we just talked about this at the Urban Development Subcommittee workshop the other day, and a report will be coming to council on the 17th of December to discuss the additional budget that will be required to finish that project.
So just to be crystal clear, we're 261,000 short and it'll be unbudgeted. Are you looking?
There's two options. There's an option for either unbudgeted expenditure. There's also an option that we fund it from our existing Streets for People budget. But those will be the options that council looks at on the 17th of December.
So when did we discover that we were going to be that's quite significant funding? When did we discover that was going to be that high?
Approximately a month ago. So mostly there's been a number of delays to that project because of COVID and because of delays to the design of the multifunction light poles. There's also been some issues with the design in terms of achieving the lux level. So initially they thought we were having 3 spots, now we needed to have 5 spots, so that per pole, so that's an additional cost. And so we have been working for a month trying to get in final quotes for electricals and everything so that when we come to council with the overspend, we have an exact figure. So that's why we've been sitting on it for a month, figuring out just what the final cost overrun is going to be.
So I've got one final question, if that's okay. Is it too late to cancel some of those costs?
I think, as you can see from one of the other graphs in the report, there's been hardly minimal expenditure on this project so far because it's all been about design and engineering. We haven't actually procured any of the multifunction light poles or the catenary lighting yet, and that's where the major cost is.
Councillor Noonan, we spent some time in the workshop. It was a workshop last week discussing this, and to spend all that time planning and not actually deliver would be an unfortunate thing. So I think it's a little bit like the Bridge Street project, where unfortunately things cost a little bit more than we'd hoped them to be. But so the lights are included, aren't they? Includes everything.
So
that's correct.
Yeah. So the workshop was the urban design, was the urban councillor Edgar's workshop.
Yes, so Councillor Edgar's not here, otherwise I would have let her speak on that. But Alan Gray presented to that, and we spent quite a lot of time discussing the future thinking. So it might be worth you talking to Councillor Edgar if you want to follow up.
And if there's any additional information that was given to that workshop, maybe that could be circulated to those that weren't on that subcommittee. If there was any
briefing,
there was some paper.
Sorry, through the chair, it was just a verbal update that Alan gave. I can circulate some details, but they'll all be what we'll be putting in the report to council on the 17th of December.
Thanks, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor McGurk first.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Laurie.
Got a series of questions, so I'll work my way through them. Looking at page 115, 642, and the restoration of the coastal environment. You're talking about the salt marsh. I'm just wondering, you include sort of seagrass, and I'm just wondering about the benefits of the blue carbon in terms of carbon sequestration. Could that be something, is that an element that we could look at in terms of carbon offsets and perhaps some benefits. I'd just like a little bit more is there some more detail that could be provided?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. What bullet point is that? Sorry.
6.42. Top of page 115.
Yeah. So this was that refers to a report that was prepared by Jim Darm looking at options for restoration of ecosystems throughout the Haven and the Waimea. Yeah. So we have a fantastic document that gives us some ideas of where the best gains could be. Subsequent to that, there's been quite a lot of discussions about the opportunity for blue carbon. So using salt marsh as carbon sequesters. And there has been a workshop that was held, which we participated in, but was led by Tasman Environmental Trust. And outcomes of that workshop are still in discussion, but there is a potential project, quite a large-scale project, looking at getting a much better understanding of what the opportunity is for blue carbon sequestration and monitoring of that. So that hasn't been formulated, well, it's in the process of being developed, and we're part of the much wider group who's in the discussion about that.
Appreciate that. If I look at those pesky fish, the Gambusia, have they been eradicated from Murray Stream? Are they still present? And is stock taken?
They are still there. So there was a trial program that was run over the winter, looking at whether we can do sort of manual catching methods to reduce their populations. Towards the end of the winter season, they were getting much more scarce, but there were still some caught. We will be looking at their numbers over the summer, so they will breed through summer now and see how quick they bounce back. But at this stage, it was really about identifying methods and whether a less invasive method of reduction could be applied.
Are there other methods being looked at?
Internationally, there's plenty of other methods using sort of toxins to reduce them. The question is whether you can reduce them over a large enough extent to prevent recolonisation. And probably one question mark that hangs over that is transboundary, meaning that this is all of the Waimea Haven problem, not a Nelson problem.
Right, yeah, thanks, appreciate it. Right, page 133. I just note the comment. This is about the forestry forum, and the comment that, unfortunately, that for whatever reason, is that Tasman and Kawata have withdrawn. Are they coming back to the forum? Is any work done to sort of get them back in the tent?
There has been discussions, both myself and Tasman Pine and Kawata, but also Friends of the Maitai, I understand, have had a separate meeting with Tasman Pine to try and smooth over the relationship issues. So it was really related to some negative press that came out of a public forum that then kind of undermined some of the good faith that was happening in the forum. However, I would like to just say that work is still carrying on in terms of the Tasman Pine Kawata relationship and Friends of the Maitai relationship. For example, Tasman Pine have been working with Cawthron, have installed a permanent turbidity monitor now. Friends of the Maitai have gone up and sampled Charlins Creek following the last rain and found that it was running clear. They've had a site visit up at the forests and looked at forestry planting and so on. So, and we've had discussions with Kawata about a restoration plan for their forestry block. So although the actual formal forum has stopped running because of it's just us and PF Olsen, it's not very useful. The work is really happening in a valuable way outside of that.
Okay. And my last question, I'm really interested in this CSI, or SSI really, the compound stable isotope work. I see that it was done, and you've done sort of it's basically a time and place, basically in a specific time, that tells you, is there any opportunity to do more continual or more regular work? I see there's a reference there to, is it,
So through the chair, this was done, I think in 2014, it was some time back.
yeah,
So
Manaki Whenua.
yeah, it was NIWA who did the report, and so it does capture something in time, and obviously when you've got a predominant land use in a catchment, it's going to show up that land use in the catchment because it's a predominant land use. So currently there's a review of the method being undertaken by both NIWA and Manaki Whenua. The results of that research isn't really known yet, hasn't been released. That report has been put forward as part of a local review with the one from Tasman District Council for Waimea Inlet and one from Marlborough District Council for the Sounds, as to, you know, the not so much the accuracy of the report, but what does it actually tell us? Because it doesn't really tell us what to do to remedy the sediment. It doesn't necessarily tell us how long that sediment has been there for. It isn't as good as monitoring, permanent monitoring that says this is happening now because of this and this is what you need to do. So
No, I'm really interested in this because, you know, it goes back to this, you know, the source of the sedimentation. And I'm just sort of picking up some of the difficulties you've got is that some of the players are perhaps not accepting of some of the findings, and this is just one way of sort of sharing the science.
So through the chair, it might be that I don't know if Stephen has anything to add from a science point of view. There, from a sharing the science point of view, that side, we had planned a workshop with the forestry sector to share across the top of the south, to share some of the this more current research, because there's been some more recent research in Marlborough and Tasman. And I think that's due to happen next year, next financial year, to have a discussion with forestry sector about what this means. But it is also relating to urban development. Anything that has a large land disturbance is going to show in those studies.
Through the chair, only thing I'd add to that is that it's good that there's a review, so that will give good robustness about the science. There has been some debate across the country about how you apply this methodology, and it goes to what you mentioned about time and space. You know, how many samples are required, how often are they required to give more certainty, and there are some being highlighted some risks that if you don't measure in the right locations, or if you can get overs and unders. So really this review by Manaki Whenua will actually provide that robustness. Is this a good tool? Can we apply it? How do we apply it with best practice? And therefore we have certainty, or more certainty to use it or not use it.
Right.
Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A bunch of questions from me as well. Starting on page 109, item 5.5, it talks about, and Councillor Courtney picked up on this, as we're talking about this as well, about how step change has been seen in climate change consideration of the activity management plans for the LTP. In simple terms, through the chair, can the public expect a step change in terms of emissions as a result of the step change?
So through you, Madam Chair, as I said earlier, this is a question for the climate change person, Chris. This was his component of the report, but we are having a workshop early next year, isn't it?
I can speak to it briefly because I have had a couple of meetings with Chris, and I think, and it's sort of summarised in my chair's report as well, Councillor Laurie, and we've all participated in our asset management plans and activity management plan reviews, and what we have seen is a massive changing and embedding in of climate change initiatives into those documents. So I think the point of that paragraph is to say that as a council, we have taken our emergency declaration seriously, and we have begun to embed climate emissions reduction initiatives across everything we do. We've already been doing adaptation for quite some time. You know, we've been planning infrastructure, piping, that kind of thing for for 50 years and into the future in terms of responding to more extreme weather events. So increasingly, you should be able to read an activity management plan and look through the long-term plan and see climate change embedded into all of our thinking. There's still some gaps, and the intention is that we should be able to identify those gaps in January. As well as that, so council has an obligation to decrease its own emissions, but we have an obligation to support the community to deliver with theirs, and that's the task which we need to walk alongside with our community. So that ultimately comes down to taking the community on a journey and empowering everyone to play their part in making the changes.
So, Madam Chair, are you expecting to see a step change in terms of our emissions?
Yes.
Okay, great. Next question off the tail of that one is, why isn't Chris Cameron, our climate champion, here in this meeting?
So through the chair, the report's been presented. I don't know.
Is it, if he's in the building, it would be great to hear from him, given the priority we've placed on this, given that we declared a climate emergency, given that one of the big things we did coming out of that climate emergency was to hire a climate champion.
Absolutely. So I requested that all officers come and present to the quarterly report, so we can find out if he's in the building. What I might do is, in the meantime, I'll hear from the mayor, but we can always adjourn this, leave this item to lie on the table, and we can pick up on our other report, which we haven't discussed yet, and then we can come back to that if we can find Chris.
Okay, I've got some other questions. Do you want me to keep going with those?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, cool. So now to page 110, item 6.8. It talks about the Streets for People City Centre placemaking options. It says officers are now working on project planning and will be bringing an update to council shortly. In September, in our Nelson, we told the public that engagement and design will commence this year and delivery and implementation will begin next year. So I'm just wondering what engagement work has been done since September and what design work?
Through the chair, the only engagement that's been done since September, when council made the deliberations on submissions, was to get together the previous engagement group of the City Centre Task Force and have one meeting. And then since then, we have been working on procurement of an engagement manager, but we've had some delays really because of the change to subcommittees and council reporting lines, which have made some, we've had to change the program somewhat to accommodate that and the new engagement group. So engagement, while we're working really hard to procure the engagement manager before Christmas, it's unlikely that we'll be having any meetings with whatever the new engagement group will be until the new year.
It also said in our Nelson that we're going to be delivering and implementing something next year. Do we have any idea at this stage what we will be delivering and implementing?
We have some ideas of potential small trials of areas of Streets for People, but that really depends on how engagement goes with the working with the group and what projects they think are going to be suitable in different locations. I guess the key focus of the team is really on getting the spatial plan done, and part of council's decision in September provided for some of that CapEx to be able to roll over if needed. So that's a possibility, but we are working hard to try and do at least a couple of Streets for People trials before the end of financial year. And for those to actually trial things that would eventually be permanent things in the spatial plan.
And do you think, through the chair, that we'd be talking about Trafalgar Street?
Through the chair, that we have some ideas for a couple of potential activations in Trafalgar Street. There's also some ideas for Hardy and other streets. So we haven't really settled on which of those options.
Okay.
potentially.
So through the chair, this person needs to be hired. Are we basically sort of in a holding pattern until we can get that person on staff?
We aren't really in a holding pattern, but we're in a holding pattern in terms of engagement. So Alan's busy working away on the spatial plan. We still have ideas for tactical trials, but yeah, we won't be making any final decisions until we go through an engagement process starting next year.
Okay, thank you. Also, next question through the chair. 6.33 on page 113 on a 632 talks about cyanobacteria levels and additional signage being installed at Isle Park where moderate levels have occurred over summer and winter. Did we previously not have cyanobacteria signs in Isle Park, or do we now need more of them? Were we not aware of the cyanobacteria in the park? What's changed? Has something changed?
To answer the question, I think it's additional signage. The change has been, so there always was signage there. This is just some more signage there. The change has been winter levels. So observations over winter showed that there was cyanobacteria. Generally, what you would find is that winter there is die off, and then there's recolonisation this sort of from now through until summer. To answer your question, what's changed with that? I don't know. Could be a range of things. Could be a milder winter. Could be less floods. There's a range of things that could lead to that, but it's just been observed that there has been more cover outside of the normal season.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And my last question to the chair relates to 6.4 on page 114. It's about the annual goat and deer control operation, and I just can't help but ask this question: what do you do with the bodies?
Through the chair, they're left on site. Yeah, so there's a requirement that they're not within a certain distance of waterways, but apart from that, they're left on site to decompose. And the reason for that is resources really to for the hunters to be able to collect them up and move them on.
And how many decomposing bodies are we talking about?
From the top of my head, I think there was, we're talking in the range of about 140 kind of animals.
Right. And how long does it take for them to decompose?
That depends on the temperature and the climate. I have to get back to you on that. I don't know exactly how long it takes.
Gail, would you like me to ask any other questions about? Okay.
So through you, Madam Chair, Ms McDonald is now in the room. So if Councillor Laurie would like to ask the question that he had before, that would be helpful around climate change.
I'll go back to page 109. 5.5, I'll read it to you here. It just says that a step change has been seen in climate change considerations of the activity management plans in the LTP, for the LTP, as well as infrastructure strategy, the infrastructure strategy. So my question was, can the public expect a step change in emissions as a result?
Well, obviously, council is looking to reduce its emissions, and there's a draft emissions reduction action plan coming for the December workshop. That's what was agreed previously. And so it'll be a question of how much council can fund of those actions. Certainly there's quite a lot already in the activity management plans, but there's decisions that you could make around timing and so on, and it'll be the result of all those factors that lead to our emissions reduction. I mean, obviously we have to be aware that a lot of the emissions from council are to do with the landfill, and that is, you know, it's a joint committee with Tasman. But if you're just looking at the proportion that it's council controlled, that would be where the process would go.
Sorry, Nikki, I think Councillor Laurie's question was around community emissions step change. So how are we going to support the community with their with an emissions reduction plan? And I expect that will be embedded in the asset. It is already in the asset management plans and the long-term plan. So that's around modal shift and waste minimisation. So that is the community as well as council plan. And also, just to be clear, that the workshop will now be in January, so that will be part of the my understanding was that will be part of the long-term plan workshops in
So we had been requested to bring back a draft emissions reduction action plan by December.
Yes.
And that will be, there will be some options around funding in that. So
Okay,
wherever that's
okay.
considered, that's when that will, yeah.
So I've seen a copy of that draft and I don't think that's going to be with us before Christmas. I would hope that it was with us for the January workshops for us to look at maybe over the break. But as far as I know, there's not another workshop scheduled this side of Christmas. Councillor Laurie, I think I think you've finished with your questions. I've got Councillor O'Neill-Stevens and then the Mayor, and I'm just wondering, councillors, would you like to finish this report and then have a break for lunch before we come back to our final report? Okay, so Councillor O'Neill-Stevens and then Mayor Rachel, and then I've got Mel again. Oh, sorry, Trudy.
Good. Thanks. Again, just around that same thing, with the development of an appropriate framework and work program for climate adaptation, which is underway. With that adaptation framework, do we have a timeline?
Through the chair, the process at the moment, the Nelson Plan is obviously having discussions that involve that, and then we are currently recruiting for an adaptation advisor who will then have further discussions with the community, which will be a sort of an iterative process over a longer period, understanding what their values and concerns are and what options might be. And so out of that long stream of work, a framework will be built up. So we don't have a timeline on that. No.
Okay, thanks. And then over to Lisa, just with the pop-up park, do you have any sense of how many numbers we've seen through that?
No, through the chair we don't. We know that it was extremely popular in school holidays when it first opened and it trailed off. But what we are doing is we are tuning our minds to how we can do some monitoring, and we are going to do a series of surveys over there on devices with kids and ask them a few questions, as well as trying to gauge how many visitors there are to the park. We are monitoring behaviour and rubbish and movement of the gear over there, and there is Alan has a little Instagram spot, that he photographs what's been happening every day. Every morning he goes there and rearranges the furniture and cleans up the rubbish and then makes his post. So that's been quite interesting.
Wonderful dedication to the role, yeah. And then still with you, 4.17, just the multifunction poles. I'm sure it'll be in that December 17 report, but if we were to grant that funding, do you have a sense of when those would be installed?
Yes, so through the chair, the reason why we are rushing to get to the 17th of December is because we need to procure the manufacture of the light poles, and the fabricators are extremely busy after February, so if we don't get going then we will miss getting them in before the end of the financial year. So the aim is to get the majority of the works underway by April. We're in consultation with those business owners up there. They're keen for us not to start any works until April and have them finished by June or July.
Thanks. And then picking up on some of Brian's questions around that forestry report. So obviously there's that review going on of that one method. Are we looking at other options for really identifying causation, and start there?
At this stage, that really was the method that we were hanging our hat on. It would probably be open to a bit of a review of what other methods are out there. There has been some work done in Wellington around modelling as opposed to measuring. And the question is whether we are in a position with enough information and enough science to be able to model as opposed to measure. So at this stage, the answer is no. We will need to go back to the drawing board on that one.
And then I just note there's in there it says there is insufficient evidence of meaningful timeframe to qualify the cause and effects from forestry. Is that Mai Tai specific? And do we have a sort of a high level national understanding or picture of the kind of effects that we're seeing from forestry?
Sorry, can you just give me a reference to where you are? So I got
We're
lost.
on page 135, just under water quality and the catchment.
I probably can't answer all of that question. A lot of that'll be a science question. I think there's a general, well, there is a understanding that forestry, standing forests don't release sediment. It's forestry is often there because the land that was there before was land that was creating sediment, and we have that issue here. The results from the Waimea, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stefan, actually show that the majority of the sediment is historic from land clearances as far back as the 1800s. So forestry creates sediment when infrastructure goes in, so the roads and the skid sites, the same as when you put in a housing development that causes sediment because it's land disturbance. And then after harvesting, there is a period of 5 years, the window of vulnerability, which when the roots of the previous trees begin to rot down and no longer hold the soil, and the new trees have yet to establish that hold on the land. So that is true everywhere. It probably is more of a risk on some soil and geological types than others, and that's why we have the NES, which has shown which land is vulnerable or more vulnerable to that than others. And our maps show what the level of the risk in Nelson is.
Okay, and then just finally, obviously within this report, there's a fair bit of discussion about, you know, we can't directly, point a finger or things like that. Do we need to be able to take sort of mitigating action on these issues? Do we need to be able to directly identify where sediment's coming from, or is there broad scale approaches we can take to reducing sedimentation's impact on the Mai Tai?
Through the chair, if you're talking specifically about forestry, so it's regulated under a government regulation, which is the National Environmental Standard for Plantation Forestry. We probably aren't yet seeing the results from that because it's too new. So that regulates forestry practice, regulates 8 core activities. We have, as a council, you have the ability to make those regulations more stringent, but you can only do that if you can prove, basically, to the Ministry for Primary Industries that the case in Nelson warrants regulation higher than what the government has determined it needs to be. So to do that, we would have to produce evidence through erosion mapping. So at the moment, our land is classed as only moderately susceptible to erosion. We'd have to show that that was not correct by doing our own modelling, and we don't know what that would show. And that we had enough monitoring data, like permanent monitoring, that showed that there were regular inputs from forestry, and you would do that by having monitoring close to source. There are issues with that in terms of the feasibility of doing that.
So through you, Madam Chair, Susan, can you just clarify in terms of actually, we have got moderate erosion susceptibility, that's mapped, we know that. That was based on sound science, wasn't it? Yes. So there's no reason to question that mapping. Right, thank you.
And then we're just sort of following on from that, I thanks, that's really good for the sort of forestry specific things. I guess I'm also looking at just those broad sort of sweeping actions, things like our planting and our riparian margins, and those actions being taken through things like Jobs for Nature funding and Project Mahi Tahi. Can those have a sort of distinct and credible impact on our sedimentation regardless of source?
So through the chair, generally modelling around the country, some of the modelling that Stefan's spoken about, like predictive modelling, shows that most sediment comes from bank erosion. So certainly planting of trees helps that. And under Project Mahi Tahi, there are the three main, apart from the jobs, the three main things under that will all potentially help that. One is weed control, because weed control enables trees to grow. You will get probably more trees growing by controlling the weeds than by planting the trees. So direct planting of trees in the catchment. And one of the two actually strands of work through both the Kaimahi for Nature and the Jobs for Nature is planting along smaller tributaries and forestry blocks. So we'll be having to work with PF Olsen and Tasman Pine as forest managers about that, and wetland restoration, both of which are in those forestry lands. So yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. I'm going to go to Councillor Brand because I apologise, I missed you off the list before, and then Leah Rachel, and then Councillor Courtney if you have some burning questions, but people are quite keen to have a lunch break at 12:30. I was aiming for a 12:30 lunch.
I wouldn't say burning at all, but to me it's important.
So we can either come back, we could come back, fine. I think we'll just finish off now. Okay, so Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the chair. My question's actually just to clarify right at the start. You talked about the dog numbers are up, but the registrations are down. No. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. Yes, it is a bit confusing. So we've actually had more registrations, full stop, year on year. So the registration numbers have increased, but we're also having increased dog numbers. So effectively we are truly doing quite well in the dog space. So we've got more dogs, but we've also got more dog registrations.
Okay, no, that's great, because I did notice on page 104 you said that the registrations were coming in, but it reported on next quarter because of it being changed to September as the due date. But that was just for the COVID response, is it? Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Trudy. Leah Rachel.
Madam Chair, I just want to come back, Susan, to the brief conversation. I don't want to get into too much detail, but on page 133, just the issue with the forestry forum, because I thought that we made some real progress there. We were making some real progress, and I think the ethos and culture was right of actually people sitting at the table discussing their concerns, working collaboratively. So what was it specifically that caused, what was the framing that caused the problem in March? What was the issue?
During March, there was a presentation from Friends of the Maitai, which occurred during the middle of really when we were having those conversations at the forum. That was then picked up by the media, who then published a story that really took a very negative view of Tasman Pine in particular, because in response to the presentation, that's the part of it that was picked out as opposed to the positive side of things. Tasman Pine then felt that they were exposed through the forum to have that negative portrayal of them when they felt that they had been coming with goodwill to the table and working with the other partners in the group. And so it was, from their point of view, they felt that it was more productive to have those conversations directly and to actually be on the ground. So it's more that the format of the forum perhaps does not exist, but the relationship continues and the work continues.
Okay, thank you. So I presume it was because there were some comments around that was specific to, so it was specific to negative comments specific to Tasman Pine's operation and their environmental stewardship.
Through the chair, I think that it would be fair to say that with any commentary about forestry around certain times, it attracts a lot of negative comment. So for them, it was, it felt like it was not productive in their more productive ways.
Yes, it's a real lesson actually in what just a commentary, Madam Chair, very briefly, that what I have seen is an increased desire to shame. And what I've found is that shaming has a very negative impact on relationships between people. And ultimately what it does is it actually reduces our ability to get people working together. So we just need to be, I think, really mindful of that. Just coming back to page 109 and the comments around just at 5.4, we had quite a discussion just around just coastal hazards, climate change, adaptation work. And Mr McDonald noted that we will be have an adaptation appointment. We're in process of recruiting. I do understand, and just from a brief conversation that I had with Chief Executive a couple of weeks ago, that we're hoping to get Toby to come and start just doing he's been doing some thinking about adaptation options. And so we're hoping that we can try and get that up just as part of our conversation, whether it's going to be before the end of the year or January, I'm not quite sure yet. Because something that I'm really conscious of, and I've been asking Maxine just about the feedback from when she's been out for the Nelson plan, she said it's going really well, that most people get it, that this is running the MFE scenarios. They understand that those scenarios are over an extended period of time, and we're giving them all the scenarios. They also, most people, I think the part that at the moment we haven't had the conversation around is actually there are two parts to this. There's the mapping, and then there is also consideration of what responses we might want to have. So that's giving you the full what it looks, the projections without the adaptation. And so I think Toby's got some good thinking actually about what we could start working on in terms of an overall longer term adaptation plan. Yes, it'll be coming from the adaptation person. And working really across that. And again, noting that this is not something that we're doing in isolation. So as part of our regional council role, climate resilience is really there, and also certainly at a central government level. So there is a climate resiliency intergovernment steering group that has basically all of the members of different ministries, departments within government and local government representation as well. I have really enjoyed being part of that, but I'm just a bit focused on Three Waters at the moment. So we're just trying to I'm doing a bit of a crossover to make sure that somebody else comes in to help support that work, but certainly an absolute focus. I was interested that as Minister Parker's starting to work through his new legislation, that his focus is on first the RMA, what does that look like? And then thinking around the climate adaptation planning will come a bit later, is sort of the thinking at the moment. So I think we've got ourselves really well positioned with getting those maps out at the moment, just to start the conversation around, okay, here are some scenarios about the future. But I really appreciated your focus in your chair's report today around actually the emissions side is really important. And when we did our media briefing, both the chair and I were very impressed with Chief Executive, who actually put it into focus. Why did we declare a climate emergency? Because this is a global issue. So it's not that that Nelson particularly has some special emergency. It's the whole globe has got to actually address this, but actually we can take actions that make a difference. And it is essentially a call to action around emissions reduction. And the more we do in emissions reduction, the better those maps look over time. So that's just a bit of an update in terms of what is happening at different levels, and hopefully we can get Toby in to see you, because he's got some really clever thinking.
I'd hope to have Toby here today, but he's away, and he's got some great graphs showing best case scenarios in terms of if we meet that 1.5 degree target, then the scenarios are significantly manageable, and it does allow us that 180-year timeframe to plan. So that will be part of the January conversation as well. Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Right. Well, now, Madam Chair, to me, I mean, this is not a burning question, but to me, it's incredibly important, and it's to you too, and everyone around the table, and be remiss if I didn't raise it. And it's going to Lee. It's at 4.9. I think you're, from my memory, you're the person to talk about this. 4.9, page 106, and it's to do with that title, Jobs for Nature. And really, it is incredibly important because it's 51.5 jobs created over 5 years. And I want to know things like, have the funds been received? Are you working closely with the TDC to move this forward? Have you got priority of projects? And all of these sorts of questions, because this is a good news story. It's a lot of money. And are we sharing it equally, or is there a bias? Is it more in line with the projects rather than equally sharing of the funds and that type of thing?
So through the chair, it's so this could be a big answer, but I'll try and keep it brief. So we have a launch for this project, which I think you would have seen some information about. Sorry, there is a launch of this, a formal launch of this project. Following that, there'll be a press release following that. So we have the funds from both MFE and we have the funds from DOC. So we have a combined pool of money of $3.7 million. The MFE related part of the project, those most of those jobs are already in place now. We have a contract with NELMAC to deliver. We've been working very closely with NELMAC, who've put a lot of time into this, unpaid time to make this work. They have a work program for the next 5 years that is based on the Maitai Ecological Restoration Plan. The Kaimahi for Nature funds, which is the DOC funds, this is a slightly different model of delivery because this is done through a partnership approach, and we have a governance group. That governance group has been meeting for 3 months now. So Claire is a co-chair of that governance group, and Justin Carter from Ngāti Koata is the co-chair of that project governance group. And sitting on that group is also a representative from DOC, a representative from Ngāti Rārua, and Nelson City Council representatives. And under that, there is a project team, which has representatives from those same organisations, which is technical and implementation work. So 2 or 4 job roles over 2 years have already been allocated under that program. They will be sitting with the Brook Sanctuary as biosecurity, volunteer support to achieve projects in that space. So because of Kaimahi, because of the amount of money, we've extended the whole project across to also encompass the Brook catchment. So work is underway. We would expect that by February, we'll have most of those roles in place.
And you're working closely with TDC, that's the thing.
Well, no, we don't. No, we're not working with TDC. There's no reason for us to work with TDC.
I just said it was a regional sort of a fund, you know. And
Nelson region, but it's our Maitai. The money, so the Kaimahi for Nature comes through the Kotahitanga Motitaia Alliance, which is regional, and they have a certain amount of money from the government. It's a lot of money, and so we applied to that fund as an alliance partner for funding to support the Maitai project. So it's in our region. TDC will make their own applications for funding through that, as would Marlborough or any other partner in the alliance. But this is a Nelson project.
Continuing on, how many jobs have been created so far?
So far, 7.5 of, and when you're talking about the 50, that's over 5 years. So the 24 through MFE is so many per year, that equals 24. So of those, so if you think in the first year there would be around 5 or 6, I think 4 of those are now in place. It's seasonal, of course, you know, some of it will be more around the planting season. Under the Kaimahi for Nature roles, which is 15 per year, there's only 2 actually happening now. The others are in discussion with MSD because it all has to go through businesses under distress and COVID affected unemployed people. It's a much longer process. And because it's done through a governance role, and we only have a governance group, and the funding's only actually been received and signed off by ministers on the 4th of November, that progress is a little slower, but it is expected that those roles will be in place by about February.
Good.
Councillor Courtney, they were excellent questions and excellent answers from Susan. I'm sure the long version would have been equally as engaging, but very in-depth. And I think the learning from that one paragraph is that it did miss out where the location was. So it was good to clarify that, Councillor Courtney. I think that's all of the questions. I am actually going to move this section of that recommendation that we received the report. Do I have someone? I might actually have Councillor McGurk second it today. So mix it up. We'll get Councillor Courtney next time. And actually, just before we go into if there's any debate, I do want to acknowledge Councillor Courtney, who's stepped into the role of deputy to support me with lots of initiatives. We did think maybe three of us will alternate who.
Make a good team.
Yes, great team. So we've had one meeting with Claire, and we have some great work to progress, but it's really helpful to have someone who's got that climate interest as well as Brian, who's focused on the Nelson Plan. So do we have any debate on the quarterly report? I think that it's been fairly well hashed through questions and answers. I will in that case just thank the staff for their hard work, and you can see that because there are so many questions, we're very interested in our environment and climate, and we know that you all work really, really hard, and your knowledge is incredible. The knowledge within this organisation of what we can deliver on is amazing. So thank you for the incredible work you do and the great progress you're making. Mayor Rachel.
Be really quick because I know everyone's desperate to get out of this hot room. I just really want to acknowledge the work that has gone into this report and throughout the year. But I also want to flag to this committee that this is the committee that has the greatest interface around our regional council functions, and you're going to have to step up into having a much greater involvement around freshwater, the governance around our regional council functions over the coming year. The requirements that are coming through the various pieces of legislation are quite significant, and Ms Barton has sort of outlined perhaps at the previous meeting both the financial impact and the staff requirement around what will be there. So as we go through into the workshops for the long-term plan, many of the areas which we will need to discuss will be in this area. There is significant legislation change proposed for next year, and much of it will impact the delegations of this committee. So next year is going to be a very busy year, and I just really encourage, Madam Chair, that we actually do spend some time early in the year just really going through a bit of a work program, thinking about what's coming from central government and the timeframes as we see them coming in, and what are the things that we need to be focusing on as a committee. I particularly think one of the areas that, again, just in terms of housing, we've made housing an absolute priority, and Councillor Eager has the Urban Development Subcommittee, but remembering that also there is a significant regulatory navigating enabling part to the organisation that sits within this committee. And so when we're talking about how do we achieve the outcomes for housing, yes, there is the application side, but there also is that once the applications come into this organisation, that it sits within that regulatory framework. And while there's an absolute division around particular consents, when it comes to making sure that we're appropriately resourced to manage those that work, then actually it does sit with this committee to make sure that you have empowered the staff so that they can get on and do the work that they want to do. So again, when we come to LTP discussions, I'll be looking to you to really have a good discussion around that. Thank you.
All those in favour? Anyone against? No, that's carried. Thank you so much. We're going to adjourn for a half an hour lunch break, and then we've got one more item left on the agenda. Item number 8, which is the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, isn't it? So we'll come back to that after lunch. Item number 8 of the item number 8, 93. Page 93 of the agenda, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And the items around the removal of the minimum car parking rates from the Nelson Resource Management Plan. Welcome. Natasha, welcome Natasha, sorry, I just had a moment. I understand that you're going to be answering some of the questions because Maxine's not here today, as well as Claire.
And so through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to just do a very brief overview, and Natasha can poke me if I've got something slightly awry. And then Natasha will help with answering any questions. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Great. And apologies, Maxine's away sick today, otherwise Maxine would be here. So in terms of the report, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development essentially does away with, for us and a number of others, requirements for car parking, with the exception of mobility car parks. So anybody undertaking a development, including residential, is not required by the NPS to provide any car parking. This report is simply looking at what is in our current Nelson Resource Management Plan, which has rules for car parking that apply to various activities. So this NPS overrides that, and what we're seeking to do is to enable that to happen relatively quickly from an operational point of view, because one of the things that we're mindful of is that at the moment there are still people having to go through resource consent application processes to say that they have got not as many car parks as the plan requires, knowing all the while that there's actually this NPS urban development here. So we will be granting them, but they technically have to go through that process until council makes the decision that it'll actually be effectively removed from their NRMP requirements. And that's causing, we don't want to put unnecessary handbrakes on development. So this is one of those areas that government's told us, take away those car parking requirements, and we're looking to do that. And the resource consents team want to ensure that they can go out and tell people fairly quickly that that requirement is no longer required. That makes sense. So the national, I'm just going to see Councillor Noonan looking at me.
I completely understand.
Right, okay.
You picked a date for your reasons. That's it, really.
Correct. And then there'll be a technical requirement to actually remove the provisions out of the NRMP, but that's really just making sure belts and braces, we've got all the references to car parking removed, and the proposal is that that be delegated to both the chair of the Environment Committee and myself to just approve those final amendments.
Councillor Noonan.
Questions now.
Yes, that would be great. Sorry, I just have to, I had something at 1:30 and I just have to reschedule.
So the first question I have is the recommendation, which we've had tabled something different from the agenda. It does delegate, which the group chair has articulated, that there are some consequential amendments. I would like to know what those consequential amendments, whether they are any decision-making, whether there's any decision-making in those consequential amendments.
So through you, Madam Chair, there are rules around car parking. So those are the bits that need to be removed. And then those rules are cross-referenced across a whole raft of different sections in the current NRMP. And so it's removing those cross-references to the parking rules. So in terms of the answer, no, there aren't any governance decisions around that. It's just simply parking requirements rules are referenced, and we want to make sure we've covered all of those references and removing all of them.
And my second question is that a date, obviously council has, or the officers have decided on a date for this council, which is the 1st of January next year, which really only gives you less than 1 month to actually do all that work. Do you see any downside, any consequences from not holding it through to a later date when we've got a little bit more time to consider the implications? For example, maybe, I don't know, 1st of September next year or something like that.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mandy's in the
I
back.
just might want to know your thinking as to, apart, I mean, you've sort of said that some are doing developments now and would probably quite like to know.
Yes.
But are there any downsides in your mind for picking that date?
Okay.
Make it easier.
I'll answer that last in terms of the specific question. So the date was chosen because we wanted to get this known to the community as soon as possible, so that developers can say, great, I don't have to apply for a resource consent on parking requirements from the 1st of January next year, because that gives them some certainty, and we don't want to have to unnecessarily put them through a consent process just for the sake of it. Because what we'd basically be saying is the NPS UD doesn't require parking, here's your consent. And that just seems to make a nonsense of it. We've sought some legal advice, and with this, if recommendation to council, so if council agrees with recommendation 1, that those kick in from the 1st of January, that does not mean we have to have made technically all the changes to the plan by that date and have gone through that entire process. What it's saying is that we have made a decision as a council that from that date, those provisions will no longer apply, and then we go through a process of actually physically removing them out of the plan. Hope that makes sense. And so, no, we can't see any downside to picking the 1st of January as the date.
Okay, and I think one more at this point, maybe others will bring some to mind, but under the consents that have already been granted, does that mean that they could reapply or change their plans? Must have been a good question. Mandy.
So through the chair, so once this takes effect, people with resource consents specifically for parking, that was decided at that particular point in time. So so this isn't retrospective. It doesn't cover, going backwards. But there could be some resource consents which have ongoing requirements, monitoring requirements for the shortfall of parking, which may no longer be necessary given the situation now. So it could help people with their consents already for this matter.
Okay, so following on from that, so any that have not, maybe have been gone through the process, but they haven't begun any work, do they remain with the decision that was prior? I just want to make it clear. I mean, you'll probably do this when you do your media or whatever, that, where different people are in different stages of their consents of what actually happens, maybe with some examples.
Yes,
So they haven't given effect, I guess, so they haven't started it.
Through the chair, so if a consent decision has been granted, but they haven't actually commenced the activity under there, the consent still is in existence and lasts a lifetime. So if they wanted to remove that condition, they could either surrender the whole consent if it's no longer applicable,
right,
or they could apply to have that condition deleted.
Right. Okay.
And we would look to do that just as a courtesy thing. It wouldn't be a process around that. Well, there would be a formal process, but there wouldn't be a charge around that. We would just make sure we deal with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that part. And then the other part of the concern that maybe I've got that some of the public are more interested in is if we, it's going to happen. I understand that, but if we haven't given consideration to the maybe some negative effects that we might not have considered, like, for example, the example given to me, if you have a comprehensive development and there's no parking, then people will park on the street or the public car parks, like the free public areas, like sports grounds, I guess, Trafalgar Centre, for example. has any thought been given to how we might mitigate those effects and maybe considering increase in public transport?
So through you, Madam Chair, that's part of the parking strategy in terms of its consideration. They will need to be thinking about that. There will be potentially some downside from needing to go out and look at more enforcement around streets over time. So we don't think this is going to hit from day one. We think, in a couple of 3 years, you might start seeing some of the cumulative effects of this. The other thing to bear in mind is that there's still, for example, if somebody was doing a commercial development, they would be mindful of the fact that they want to ensure that people actually come to their commercial premises. So they will provide car parking at whatever rate they decide. And they will still need to provide mobility car parking. And then for residential development, similarly, the developer would need to look at what demand is seeking around car parking and make a determination on that. So yes, there are some potential risks, part of which will be picked up in the parking strategy, and some of it will be a question of us as a council keeping an eye out and monitoring that. But it's not an opt-out.
Final question then would be the parking strategy is going to be brought to us mid next year, I believe. Would it not be wise to delay this date to something that aligns to that so that we've sort of got some sort of planning ahead?
So through you, Madam Chair, that is a choice that the committee could make. I think that given that we actually cannot influence this requirement, the NPS says what it says. There's no opt-out, there's no choice around it. And in the intervening 6 months, we will have unnecessarily put people through consent processes, which adds a cost and might be seen as a regulatory handbrake. So I think that's the way.
Waiting that we need to give it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Noonan. Yes, I think that we need to be mindful that we have a housing crisis, and if we want to support developers to get on with putting some houses in perhaps potentially difficult brownfield locations, then this is one way we can support them to begin that planning. Councillor Skinner?
Thank you for that. I mean, I've read through this and I see some concerns, but we've got the NRMP that we need to fulfill. Is that correct? There's going to be places, I assume there's going to be places where you can build without all the necessary parking that may be already in place, but there's also going to be many places which you need to, a bit like when you build a house, you need to provide a kitchen sink and you need to provide a toilet and you need to provide various things, access to it. There can be situations where houses should have a place for parking, whether it's on the property itself or nearby. How do we, the negative effects, like I've seen a lot of places are coming up for hearing panels, they've got a house in town and they want a special parking spot for them on our public road, for example. So it's having an effect beyond, they haven't been able to park on their own property. This side of concern, this rule is going to make it an issue broader, that'd be great building houses, but if you're not providing the services like parking, which is going to have an effect on streets up the road and access to town and driving through, etc. Is there some sort of mechanism that we can, with a bit of common sense, say, well, actually, if you're going to build there, that many places, you've got to have some sort of attribute to parking?
So through you, Madam Chair, no, there's not from the regulatory perspective under the NPS urban development.
Okay.
But there is still councillors' ability to consider, and I've forgotten the name of that policy where we allow for parking on streets, residents parking
That's
stuff.
right. Yep.
You're going to have to consider how you actually manage that, because you may get more requests. So then you have to think about whether you want that or not want that. And then that will send a signal more broadly to the community about what they might want to do.
So I have a concern, great concern with this, and I'm just asking for any help to alleviate my concern, is that there are going to be maybe more intensive building of homes, but there's not going to be a place for people to park their vehicles. I haven't seen, I'm sure they exist, but I haven't seen a single person living in town who doesn't use a vehicle or need access to a vehicle. and they will be relying on public space and putting out whether it be businesses or take Domit Street, for example. A lot of us, we have several houses down the road on Bridge Street or Hardy Street wanting private parking on the street, and the ongoing effect is people then start parking further up Domit Street, so it has an effect on the whole accessibility, quality of life, etc. It's good to run away from us, but is there any way we can? Every city's different. I can see the government's brought this in to enable more housing, but in our situation, I think it's going to provide some real issues and costs and complaints for our community. Not in all cases, but many.
Through the chair, I can't answer your question directly as what we can do, but it's just good to remember the reason for bringing this in, and that it's to give the developers the choice as to how many car parks they provide. And I think if they want to sell a property, you'll find, like Claire was saying, that chances are there will be car parks provided on site. We're just not telling them exactly how many they have to provide now. We can't tell them.
But I still have some real concerns. A bit like you could squeeze more houses if you it didn't have to have a shower or a kitchen. A kitchen just had to have a living room and a bedroom, and you'd better squeeze a lot more houses in. But then it's going to have an ongoing impact of cost to the council.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Public.
I don't disagree. There are some risks around this, but I will reiterate the fact that actually we have no choice. This is a national policy statement that we have to give effect to. Admittedly, there is I think it's a 12-month period in which they have said that council can actually do this piece of work. But the downside of waiting for a further 12 months is that we have sent a signal to the development community that we're unnecessarily putting them through a consent process when we have a national policy statement that does not require car parking. And I think that that's a impediment to development when we know that from a regulatory point of view, there is nothing in behind that to support car parking.
I see this in RMP as just going to create a real housing issue in a transport.
I think, Councillor Skinner, I guess we just have to try and look at the big picture here a little bit, and ultimately we're trying to have less cars on the road, and hopefully people will choose to maybe not have cars at all. Not everyone, and Nelson is a little bit different to other bigger cities, but the reality is that bigger cities have been doing this for a long time. Wellington, Christchurch, Auckland, people live in apartments or live in small houses and they do not have car parks either on street or off street, and they learn to live without a car.
Can we add a ruling or consider at least that if you are going to build a property without a parking spot, don't come to us 3 months later saying I need a parking spot?
I think that a developer, depending on what kind of house they're trying to create in terms of affordability and sustainability and the current housing crisis, we really need to get behind this and hope that developers who are catering for people who still want cars will provide that off street. But I think that you will see a gradual shift towards people relying on cars far less. And if we're serious about our climate emergency declaration, then this is one step in the right direction.
So through you, Madam Chair, the key piece in there, Councillor Skinner, will be when we signal any changes that we're making around the parking on the streets policy, I've forgotten what it's called, the parking permit thing, you need to make it clear that as a council, we're not looking to encourage that. That would be the place to have that conversation.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to move on. I have Councillor McGurk and then Mayor Rachel and then Councillor Laurie.
Just a couple of quick questions from me. Paragraph 3.4.3 talks about as soon as practical. We've got any guidance what that actually means? We've got 18 months, was it up to 18 months, but you talk about as soon as practical.
So through you, Madam Chair, no, it doesn't say that, say what that actually means. Yeah, we do have that period of up to, I think it was 12 or 18 months. But as I've outlined, we're considering it now, and the consequences of not making the decision are that developers will have more months of having to apply for consent.
Or wait.
Okay, subsequent question. Now, if we decide to do this and the requirement for car parks is taken off the Nelson RMP, do the current existing standards remain for a developer who chooses to put that parking in. So this is not a shortcut to say, oh, well, this is car parking, but it is what developers are familiar with at the moment. But what I am mindful of is the developers always, we've taken away the requirement for car parking. Okay, there's no car parking. But a way of circumventing the rule, I suppose, oh, we're providing car parking, here it is, and it's completely unsuitable for the intended purpose. So the standards that are there now, if the developer chooses to put in car parking, those are the standards that are applied.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So we're currently doing an audit of all the NRMP provisions that relate to minimum parking requirements. So it's looking at taking out the minimum parking requirements, minimum numbers. But if someone is to provide car parking, then we're proposing that the standards, as in the dimensions, what sizes and setbacks and what have you, stay in there. So it's not. So that's why we've got this delegated decision. As it's not so simple as just saying that rule comes out. It actually does need an audit of all the provisions in the NRMP.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel, and then Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through the chair. Just want to come back to Councillor Noonan's questions about how we're going to communicate the implications for consent applicants and those consents that have been granted but are yet to be given effect to. So we made the comment that will assist us and there'll be no cost in terms of presumably changing consent conditions. Is that what would have to happen?
So through the chair, it could be a deletion of a consent condition around the minimum number of car parks.
Okay. Is there any guidance in this matter around, not that we do very many of them, but where there have been notified consents and parking has been one of the matters that people have submitted on? Is there any guidance on how you deal with that matter in terms of variation to consent conditions?
Through the chair, there's no guidance in the national policy statement on how to deal with existing situations.
It's helpful, isn't it?
But we would still need to go back. So in deleting any consent conditions that might relate to car parking where there have been people that have had input, there are provisions in the RMA which still apply. So we would have to turn our mind to the fact whether any of those parties are still affected or not. But we would then weigh that up by the fact that there's a national policy statement that says you can't ask for it. So we would have to turn our mind to that and put a rationale reason behind it. But that would be the reason.
Yeah, so I'm raising that because I think that's not as straightforward as we've just discussed. There's a little bit more to it, nuance around this. And I think you're going to need to get some advice as to if we have, I can't see how you could go back. So if the MPS says cannot require it, so it's a no, cannot require it, council. Someone says, actually, well, thank you very much. I've got a consent that was issued 5 years ago where you required me to provide car parking for my activity. I don't want to do that anymore because actually I didn't want to get it in the first place. People had submitted on it. You could go back and let them know that you're going to do a variation of the consent, but in fact, the outcome's still going to be the same because you're not able to require it. So I think we need to just be thinking about that scenario and how we're going to communicate that. I can think of a number of consents in the city where car parking was a contentious, well, not contentious issue, but was where there were submissions on it. And I can think of a number of situations where removing those consent conditions could be quite valuable to the applicant.
Through the chair, yes, there have been a number of larger consents where there is parking shortfall proposed by the applicant, and because a lot of applicants say, well, our plan is just out of step with what's the demand. Yep. So that has been the reason why they've included the parking shortfall in amongst everything else. And often those who object to that parking shortfall are concerned of, parking across their driveways or impacting on their property nearby. But yeah, so we have to take that all into account when we're going through a consent condition variation or change. But yeah, at the end of the day, the developers of those complexes still decided what their demand for parking was and provided in accordance with that. So if that's true, then there could be minimal impacts on others.
Well, no, I'm just going to tease that out a bit more because no, I don't think that is the case. Sometimes I think that the applicant comes in with a car parking, well, actually there's a toing and froing before they actually get to that, you know, with officers and transport teams going, no, you need this number and X, Y, Z, this is what the plan says. And people go, oh, crikey, I'm not going to have so much trouble getting my consent if I don't agree to that. So they agree to it. They don't really want to, but they're going, it's just going to be such a pain if I don't. And now you'll have, and then you draft consent conditions that relate to a number of activities. I can think of one where the time frames for events and what can happen in buildings is restricted. So it doesn't just go to car parking provision, it goes to time restrictions on activities. I think you've got some unbundling to do there. Because I just cannot see how you could, if someone applied, how you could still require them to have on-site car parking.
So through you, Madam Chair, no, I don't think we could, but we would still have to provide a brief reason for that in making that decision.
Yeah.
And I think the scenario that you've described around also impacting on the hours that they can operate, I think I might know the one you're meaning, that would go to a broader noise issue as opposed to just a straight car parking issue. So there's also, there's a little bit in there that would, if it's directly related to the car parking, fine. If it's not, then there's a wider consideration.
Okay. All right, so I think we need to just do some when we're communicating this one, I think there will be, we really need to think about that. And I just want to follow up on Councillor Skinner's comments and absolutely understanding the intent of this. But equally, I can see in the, is my very quick look at the fact sheet that sits alongside this change, is that there's nothing here that impacts on territorial authorities' provision of car parking in the streets and what have you. That's not something that's impacted by this matter. But as much as I can, and it'll be a judgment call as people develop properties as to whether they think there's enough on-site capacity on streets to allow their activity to be built. They'll do an assessment of the streets and go, oh, actually it's not that busy, I think I'll be okay, I'll give it a crack, and no on-site car parking. And I will anticipate that we will have issues around this, exactly as Councillor Skinner's discussing, around, all right, well, there's no parking on the site. There's no longer any room to park in my street. I've parked, we had a small site, lived here, now a new development comes along, now there's no parking. Council, what are you going to do about it? And so I think we do need to really think about our messaging and how we're going to manage that, because inevitably you'll end up with off-site effects. Because as much as you can, people will go, well, no, as we transition through until our public transport services really increase, the reality is that for most people in Nelson, Tasman region, a car is still part of the family kit. Or, there'll be some households where there is no vehicle, but most households, I'd suggest that most people sitting at this table have a car in their asset register of some form. So there will have to be some real thinking as we transition through this. And I think the final just comment is, following on from Councillor McGurk's questions around if car parking is provided and needing to meet with the standards set out in the plan, what happens if somebody does a design with a very nice paved area for outdoor furniture out the front, because it's outdoor living space, that's what it's shown on the plans, and then actually it gets used for another purpose, then what happens?
Through the chair, well, like anything, that can happen. But if there is a breach because of that, then that's something we can follow up on. If there isn't a breach, then there's no need.
What would the breach be, Mandy? Is it, you know, if someone's using an outdoor patio?
Well, it could be the wrong dimension, maybe didn't allow for reverse.
But what's the mechanism?
I think that's for
Oh, sorry,
me,
Naomi.
through you, Madam Chair, I think that if they come in and they've done a development and they've said that we've got an X outdoor space and this is it, and they've identified it on the plan, which is what they normally do. And then as a consequence of that, or later on, they go away and they actually park their car on it. We could, from an enforcement regulatory point of view, go and say, well, actually, that's your space for your outdoor living space. So that would be one mechanism that we could legitimately use. There would then be a conversation about if they did want car parking, where would that be? And then that might mean that it might trip a resource consent because they would have no outdoor living space left anymore. So that would be a perverse outcome, but that could be what might end up having to happen because they do need to provide outdoor living space. That's a requirement.
All right, but I'm just imagining this is a development and 3 or 4 years later, I mean, the development's been sold and car parks turn up on, it's been sold without making provision according to the standards for car parking, but actually an area of land is used for that purpose and it doesn't meet the dimensions that are required. Is there an ability, because you couldn't make the enforcement against the builder or the developer because they're not the person that's actually undertaking that activity. So is there any mechanism to have for the occupier, with the occupier under the RMA? There is. Okay, right, okay, thank you.
They would be buying it on the basis of what was on the plan, which might show that that area is an outdoor living space. And if they then consequently didn't comply with whatever the parking requirements were in terms of standard, if they were using it for that, then yes, it would be the same as any other process around enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. First question through the chair is, are Nelson developers keen on this change? Have they been saying this would help them create housing?
Through the chair, through the Nelson Plan is when I've been speaking to the community. I've heard a mix on all our topics and all our issues, which is really great. There's lots of discussion out there, but there is a lot of support for removing the car parks. And then people have concerns like what you're raising right now, and people have been asking what the council doing a parking strategy. So I think what you're saying is reflected in the community. But
sure.
Yeah, answer your question, yes, I have heard support for removal of parking.
And through the chair, could you elaborate a bit more on why people are supportive of it?
Well, through the chair, they haven't elaborated with me as to why they're supportive, but there's a lot of people out there who want to see a modal shift.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they're supportive of seeing anything in the Nelson Plan that supports a modal shift. And I've also heard from a lot of people supporting our proposals for intensification, and they see that removing minimum parking supports intensification.
Cool, thank you. Last question for now anyway, through the chair. Does this change incentivise developers to look at providing car share services and options?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of.
I imagine it would, you know.
I mean, I can't really,
Okay.
It's not something I've looked into for the plan.
Okay, I think that's something that's going to become more common. I mean, it's already happening in cities, and eventually it'll end up here. And this change would fit quite nicely with that change. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Bowater.
Thank you, through the chair. A couple of them have been covered off already, but actually it's not a question. Well, yeah, maybe. The word car keeps on being used. There's other types of transport as well, like scooters, etc. So no. So I'm just wondering, like curbing and things like that. The curbing that's, I mean, okay, it's getting down in the nitty-gritties, but you have a curb so that you can actually access into a property and the curb is normally for a vehicle of some sort. Does that mean that curbing, all that sort, that'll go by the wayside because they won't need to do that as well?
Not unless they
I'm just wondering around those sorts of things as well that comes through onto it. But the other one too is, there's a few, but I'll possibly debate.
Through the chair, this doesn't impact the access requirements or any of those other requirements. This is only about the number of car parks on site.
So it's still allowing for car parks if the developer decides to do it. But if the developer decides not to have any car parks, they don't need to have them.
Through the chair, there's still a requirement to provide an access.
Pedestrian access.
So through the chair, each site must have legal and physical access. So how that is formed is, it could be pedestrian only. But if they do provide for vehicle access, even if there's no car parks, then it has to still meet standards.
Thank you.
I'd like to move option 2, delay changes to NRMP.
I'll second that.
You have to put a around it. Oh, yeah, but we don't have a recommendation around it.
So have you got some words, councillor Skinner? You have to come up with some words fairly quickly.
Give me a quick moment here.
Um,
Because I see you made a change. I see there'd been made a change in the wording. Is that correct? So what we've got in front of us here is what the
This is it. This is the recommendation for council to council. The other option you have is that you could, I might just tease
That
out
you
the
receive.
room in terms of maybe.
So through
unless you've got some words, I might move the recommendation which the officers have come up with, and then you can amend it if you want. But
I've had it seconded.
But you haven't got your words.
I can give it to you. So receiving, we got recommendation that the receives, number 1, correct, and recommendation to council that the council delays changes to NRMP.
So through you, Madam Chair, you'd have to specify a date by which you want to delay it to, because there is a risk then that if you go past the 18 months under the NPS, you'd be failing to give effect to the NPS requirements. So if you wanted to delay it, my suggestion would be that you agree you stay with the amended 1, but you specify a different date. So you specify as from whatever that date would be. But I would just reiterate that in doing that, you're then adding significant cost for developers to continue during that period.
And a significant increase in work for Mandy.
I think in response to that, so we've got here number 2 is your new number 2 here, still delegates it for us to be looking at that rules, etc. But not agreeing on number 1 there, agreeing that we make those changes right away until we've had a chance to further analyse. Because this becomes a package, we've got NRMP that we've got to follow, but I don't think that we're enabling enough time for us to make our own urban rules in regards to that parking.
So councillor Skinner, have you got a date? If you want to change the date from the 1st of January
1st of September.
1st of September. Okay, we have that as a recommendation. I'm going to make an amendment. It's a recommendation which has been moved by councillor Skinner and seconded by. Yep, so I'll put it up in red and then I will be amending it.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just within standing orders, you won't be able to move an amendment that's directly contradicting.
I can, it's not directly contradicting, it's just changing the date. We could have started with this date and then he could have amended the date, but we're going the other way because they got him first. No.
Right, so we vote on this one first.
Why can't we make an amendment?
No, you can't make an amendment.
You can't make an amendment to an amendment. There was nothing moved to begin with. No, they didn't. No, there's been no recommendation. This is the original recommendation. So I'm going to make an amendment that it reads the 1st of January Will you second that, please, councillor McGurk?
Yes.
So
Yeah, I'm not sure.
it's not a direct negative.
Well, you've got to, my advice is you've got to deal with the amendment.
Yes.
That's the amendment. The amendment is the 1st of January.
Yes.
Because we didn't have a recommendation up there.
Madam Chair, could I suggest an adjournment so people can get their ducks in a line so we can everyone can figure out what they're doing?
So, yep, and I'll just explain what's happened. So there was no recommendation, there was no motion moved. Councillor Skinner has moved a recommendation that the date be changed to the 1st of September. And in order to save a little bit of time, I've moved an amendment that it remain at the 1st of January 2021. And Councillor McGurk has seconded that. So if this amendment is lost, then it will move back to the 1st of September. And my reason for doing that, well, presumably you've got two dates. You've got to choose between the 1st of September or the 1st of January. And my reason for believing that the 1st of January is the right time is because we have a housing crisis. We want developers to get on with developing land, and our staff will otherwise be processing resource consents unnecessarily, which is a waste of time. So I'm just going to adjourn for a couple of minutes to talk to the staff about January is important to the staff. They've articulated that that's their preferred date and that they believe that it's important for the developers to know the way the city is moving, and this is an NPS policy change which we need to adhere to, and the sooner we get on with that, then everyone knows that's the direction we're taking as a community. It also aligns really well with our climate emergency declaration last year to be seen to be actioning stuff as fast as we can. So does anyone wish to debate for? I'm going to have Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, then Councillor Laurie, and then Councillor McGurk. And I'll have 3 speaking for and 3. This is the amendment.
Was the original not shown?
Yeah, thanks. I think councillor's going to understand exactly what's going on. Thanks. Okay, councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, these are changes that are backed by a significant body of evidence and directly put in place to advance not just this council, but the government's goal of modal shift, intensification and affordable housing, and delivering that through cutting what is essentially red tape, which is in line I thought I'd ever say. Way back in July, I spoke to the then Associate Minister for Transport, Julianne Genter, who's actually got a large history, much longer than myself, in transport planning, who had fought for this and was incredibly enthusiastic and actually surprised to see that this bold action was going to be taken. And we talked through some of the evidence that sat there. And it's really clear that what these changes are going to deliver are actually, at the end of the day, good. Will there be, a bit of a teething period? Possibly. But if it's a question of, 9 months between the 1st of January and the 1st of September, the impacts that this will have are never going to be overnight. We're not going to suddenly, within those 9 months, see enough developments done without parking that we'll have some radical challenge. And within those 9 months, we'll be delivering our parking strategy, our public transport review. And if anything, I think we should see these changes as an invitation to do better in those spaces. And just to also consider the fact that this isn't saying you can't put parking in, and for everyone in this room just thinking, I wouldn't want to live in a house without parking, don't worry. No one's going to build houses that people don't want to buy. And the people who will be moving into these places are likely to be doing it for a reason, which is either because they want a lifestyle that's further into a city centre where they're not reliant on their car for every day. And actually, with those sort of long-term parking considerations, we will have a parking strategy that can address this all. And at the end of the day, what we're technically currently debating is a shift of 9 months. Sure, a baby could occur in that time, but I don't think we're going to see anything of that significance on a citywide scale. Well, not yet. We'll see. January 2021. Look, this is a simple shift. And actually, if we just look at the wording from the NPSUD, it says as soon as practicable, we should make these changes. This is as soon as that. We're just delivering on what the government's asking us to do. To actually push it back would to be not doing what the government's asked. So I think it's, in my mind, it's very clear cut and a simple decision to make.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm speaking for what's up there. Quite simply, if we're going to solve the housing crisis, the climate crisis, and we're going to reduce congestion, which I think are things we all want to do, we are going to have to make some changes. It's pretty simple, I think. This is a step towards some of those changes, and it's recognising the need for change. It's not a silver bullet, and it won't come without some challenges, but it does actually line up perfectly with 2 of this council's 3 priorities for the term: housing and modal shift. I think if we believe in those priorities, then we should support this. We should get on with it. We should not be reaching for the handbrake when we get the opportunity to move this sort of thing forward. And I also think that in lots of ways, Nelson Whakatū is, comparatively conservative. And so I don't think if we support this today, we're going to see a rush of people charging out there and, slamming up apartment buildings with no car parks. I don't think it's going to happen. But what I do think will happen is it will send a signal to developers that this is the opportunity they now have, and it will perhaps there is some person out there who's got a great plan and they'll now be able to put it into action. So I'm kind of reminded of that great quote: "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." It feels like one of those moments to me. We know which way we're going. We should support it. We should actually accept we need to change, and this is a step towards that change.
Thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor McGurk.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair. I too will speak in support of the recommendation that removes the car parking requirements as from the 1st of January. I just thought, turning my mind to it is it was as soon as practicable, but within 18 months. So we would have been stuck with this problem anyway. What was it? I worked it out, I think the 20th of February, we would have had to have done it by 2022. And putting it out to September or October or whatever date we've chosen from is just basically denying the inevitable. So a couple of thoughts that prop up is that, you know, by removing the car parking minimums from our district plan, will essentially allow new developments to be built without providing any car parks. Now, that allows the developers to determine the amount of parking that is necessary. And if they can build one without car parking and sell it, and people are prepared to buy it, well, that's a win. And when considering it, you know, when considering an application for a resource consent, you can actually consider the effects on the environment as part of the application. And the fact that you don't have to have a minimum car parking requirement, I don't think really has any impact. Look, this is just speaking of what Councillor Laurie said, it actually deals with two things. It allows developments to go ahead, particularly the housing, and it does address the modal shift, and it does deal with the issue of just congestion and climate change. So look, let's go for it. Let's get it done as soon as we can.
So, Councillor Noonan, you'd like to speak? Sophie, did you want to speak?
I just had a wee comment. So for me personally, I feel that you guys have declared a climate emergency, and although you don't, with this, you wouldn't have to have the maximum car parking space, right? There is people who would want to live in these houses. Personally, I would probably want to live in one of them because my mum and I don't drive and it's just the two of us, and we don't need a big house with a car park. So it's like, I think there's that sort of pushing it back would just, yeah, just wouldn't really help, I don't feel. That's just my opinion.
Councillor Noonan, thank you. Sophie.
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking against this for the date itself. Yes, we acknowledge that the removal of minimum car parking is going to happen. Yes, it is to assist with housing, and I acknowledge that. The date was the important part for me and for others that have expressed concerns. The reason why we put a September date was that it gives time to communicate with the community. We've only got 4 weeks at this point in time. That's not, and it's over Christmas, New Year, so it's not, well, it's not even New Year. It's before the New Year. 1st of January, New Year's Day. So yes, it's a month today. I don't think that is long enough to have a conversation with the community, given the timing. It's time, gives us time to incorporate some thinking into this parking strategy. And it gives us time to plan for changes to mitigate any concerns that people may have. Now, you might say, well, what concerns might they be? Well, I'll give you an example. I live in a comprehensive housing. My neighbour recently had her bathroom ripped out. The builder had to put all the jib on the driveway. The driveway is about 1 metre. That's all there is. So you've got to park across the footpath to be able to access anywhere, because there's a yellow dotted line as well. So there's no parking. There is a garage, but the garage was blocked. The builder came in to take away the jib, and as he was loading he had to park across the footpath because there was nowhere else. There's nowhere to park. He got ticketed. Now, he didn't have any choice. That's an example of the sorts of things I think we need to think about, because if we're going for comprehensive dwellings with no car parking, you're going to have issues such as this that need to be discussed. So that's an example of what an issue might be. That is the reason why I wanted to choose a September date, because it gives you longer to discuss those things. Yes, we know it's coming. Yes, it's got its positives. It will get more people to living in smaller areas. that I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with having such a short time frame to communicate with the community about something that could have issues that we haven't considered. And honestly, unless you actually live in that situation, you're probably not going to think of those things. But the people that are in those situations certainly are aware of them. And I don't think that the 4 weeks that we're going to give them, by the time we even get out of any media, is going to be sufficient. So I just think it would be good to have a bit more communication and a better dialogue with the people that, you know, that know a bit more than maybe some of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll try and keep it brief. Yes, I'm against the January date. No, it's not about denying the inevitable. It is in our RMP, and it's unfortunate that within our RMP, that means there's no public consultation or submissions or hearings over this change. And I fully understand we need to align ourselves in our MP. Not everybody watches these meetings to understand the big picture of this. Making this change, us making a lead on this change, a change on our rules that we'll need to make anyway in January, is going to look like we are doing it over a holiday period, Christmas period. Suddenly they wake up 2021 and it's a change in rule for those people that will feel affected by this rule. Of course, developers will see this as an opportunity to get more houses per square metre. That has an effect that, and it's not going to create affordable housing in my mind. It's going to create a more of an impact on the houses around, and they're going to put an impact on us as a council. As I've already seen, as I mentioned a bit earlier, down on Hardy Street there, for example, there's properties there people have bought with no parking, and then they've had to come to us with a sad story. It's like, I need a car park, or might be a subsequent owner. Of course, if I saw a house that's 20% cheaper, has no parking, of course you'd buy that, you live in it, and then get over a bridge of a parking spot when you need it, and be pushing the story on us, can I please have a private park outside on the public street? And that has a knock-on effect, as we've talked about. So no, it's not going to change. This rule is going to change affordable housing. Housing in the city centre, you'd be hard pushed to buy something under $1 million. And no, I haven't seen anybody living in the city centre who hasn't made use of a car park. In fact, around this table, and it's not giving us a hard time for those who drive cars, but people, if they want to save the planet, giving up cars, people should be doing it, or using their cars less. This is more about us and a reputational risk, and it needs a time for us to message correctly to the public that this NRMP hasn't come about because of us, it's come about from central government, and we need to fit in with those rules, and that's the reason why we're taking away the minimum parking. But suddenly on the January the 1st, this comes in place, people are going to go, well, where'd this come from? Why are you doing it, council? It needs a bit more time for us as a council to message it, and it needs a bit more time for us as a council to get our head around the parking strategy and the implications. Like any rule, there's other things you just got to work around the toolbox for us to make this work. And by all means, I'm all for trying to get more housing in the appropriate places and reduction of use of cars, but we're a bit forced, our hands are tied on this rule, and we need to align with that. We don't need to have to align with it so early to get that to prevent us getting that messaging across. So I'd like to see, and I know the council staff are going to be working hard on this and do already work hard on this, but if we're going to and put in this resource management ruling in, we've got to give it a chance to explain to the public how and why this is happening and how you can support us on that. And there'll be regards to our parking strategy and the right people living in the town that are going to be doing that. So no, it's not holding off in an inevitable. It's about us giving an opportunity to message us correctly. And no, I don't think it's going to make more work. It will just mean, and I don't think the developers are smart enough. They'll know this is coming. The developers are already aware this is coming. Unless they're building a house on the 1st of January, they're going to align with the rules coming up. But will give us a time to tell those developers, hey, this is what we want to see if you're going to build in the city. This is what we want you to make sure include. This is effects we want you to mitigate against the houses around you. So our hands are tied on this, but let's give it a bit more time after that Christmas break to get that message across. So I'm not against us making this change, but this rule's going to change because I can't do anything else about it because in our MP, But let's not just throw that 1st of January, first day of 2021. We've just recovered from the year 2020. Well, we haven't recovered from 2020 yet. People like to move forward, and we're going 2021 hitting this on their head. They're not going to watch this video and say, "Oh, I understand why you did it." So it's about softening that blow.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I think it's very clear to the other councillors in the room the reasons why you don't support the date. And I think I'll have my right of reply. I'm not going to ask for more speakers for.
I'm just going to call for a division.
Yeah, we can have a division. I think that it's important to understand that this date's come from our officers, it's come from our staff. It's important to them that they are not spending time doing unnecessary work. And the fact that they have come to us and requested this means that they know that they can get the communication out to the community. The community's already known for quite some time that the NPS statement on urban development has been public knowledge for a considerable amount of time, of which this was a controversial piece. So the community has known for a long time, well, a significant period of time, that the parking requirement is going to go. I think that some of the issues which have been raised in terms of when off-street parking doesn't exist, those issues have been in our community and they will continue to be there. We will work through them on a case-by-case basis. Having an extra 9 months to have a conversation about that isn't going to mean they go away. And certainly I would hope that we will see actually some housing intensification on really steep pieces of land where you simply cannot put a driveway and a car park up to that land. So there's some real opportunities for Nelson to begin to see sustainable intensification in land which is otherwise inaccessible to cars, a bit like what's been happening in Wellington for many decades. So other cities are used to this, and we are definitely moving in the right direction and in a timely manner. Okay, I'll call for a division. So do I just do that? I don't think I've done that before. And then you read it out. Yeah, great.
All right, Councillor Bowater.
No.
Councillor Brand.
Yes.
Councillor Courtney. Aye. Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan.
No.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
And Councillor Fulton.
Aye. Thank you. So the ayes have it 7 votes to 3, which means that this becomes the substantive motion. And so I'm going to now put the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? The motion is carried. And that concludes that the business for today. Thank you, everyone. It's always great to finish on a topical debate, even if it's just about a date. We're going to stand for our closing karakia.
No, debate. I thought, God, it was to get but you had the right. Oh, you got the other one?
Yeah.
Should we do the first one?
Oh, here we are.
No, that's it. It's-
Oh, that's frozen. Why don't we do that one?
No, it's-
Everyone's got it. Should we do that?
We can finish with the one on the screen if that's, yeah, we can just finish with that one. Ready? Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki waho, tuia te here tangata, ka ronga te po, ka ronga te ao, hui e, tai ki e. Thank you so much, everyone.